Chapter 1979. Perhaps because there were important arrangements today, there were not many temple personnel in the main hall as we had said yesterday. They looked like they were in a hurry to break through the walls to shorten the distance. What he saw were some ordinary people who looked like they were here to worship or to do something. The number was not particularly large. They were scattered throughout the hall. Yesterday he had learned from Hui what he was going to do today. Stepping on the floor of the main hall, he almost understood what was going to happen next. However, the power of consciousness and will. It was a topic that he had not talked about for a long time. His consciousness often floated around, such as to the source environment, and many other strange places. He did not know what had happened in this world. There was a certain degree of restriction on space and void. Or it could be said that these two things were partially damaged and there were restrictions. But the source environment was not damaged, and he could still use the power of the source environment here. Oh, he digressed. They did not let him do it. In short, according to his understanding of the purity of the power of consciousness and will, it was already a good result if he did not dye the floor of the main hall black. As for lighting it up, forget it, it was impossible. Bearing the sins of the world and the sea of consciousness, how could his consciousness be pure? Even if he was thrown into the chaos wilderness, the place would be even more polluted. As long as he stood there, the black gas would spread. Even if all the forces of 180 regions were gathered to bombard him indiscriminately, no one would feel wronged. With such a damn thing, it was simply too stupid to test the purity of his consciousness. Therefore, he planned to stand back, lest the floor instantly turn into a pool of ink and scare people to death. There were many ordinary people in this place, and it would not be good if they saw a strange scene and scared innocent passers-by. He walked to the back and let Hui and the others light up the floor, and then he stepped forward to extinguish the light. After that, he just needed to explain a little, and that was it. When Hui walked into the hall, the mysterious engravings on the ground lit up once again, spreading out for more than a meter, causing everyone to look over curiously. There were also some people in the hall, but the light under everyone's feet basically couldn't go beyond the soles of their feet. They could only vaguely see that there was light under their feet, let alone a meter. Only Ning Fei and Ge Zhongming could go beyond the soles of their feet. You guys come in too. Don't be afraid. It won't affect you. Hui turned his head and waved at Maple and the others. Yun Nuashing blinked. Siyu and Blue Phoenix seemed to understand something and said, "Oh," in their hearts. The group of girls squeezed into the main hall together. Then the light burst out. No, just like Ning Fei and Ge Zhongming, it spread out more than a foot. Little Hour and Sui Qing's light was slightly farther, but it was not to the extent of Hui's. Could it be that we are all people with impure consciousnesses? Yun Nuashing could not help but complain. Or have you been in the war between order and chaos for so long that you have dyed yourself black? Everyone nodded their heads vigorously. The possibility of this was very high. In the battle between order and chaos, it was a traditional skill to turn oneself into a strange creature. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that everyone's attention was on him. Watch me. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and walked inside. Watch me extinguish all your light. The most turbid consciousnesses of the entire void are here. Buzz! The moment his feet stepped into the main hall, an extremely dazzling light suddenly bloomed from under his feet. The dazzling light spread to the end of the main hall in just a few breaths. Even the pillars inside the main hall lit up with white light, reflecting the engravings. The engravings almost left their original positions and were projected into the air, lighting up the entire main hall. Everyone in the main hall was stunned. The moment that blinding light burst forth, his exceptionally arrogant and complacent expression instantly froze. Everyone looked at the door with horrified and overly shocked gazes, as if they had seen a ghost. Immediately, they gathered together and whispered to each other. Didn't Maple say that he was going to extinguish our light? The most turbid consciousnesses of the entire void? Look at his foot. This light can illuminate the entire city in the middle of the night, mixed with the sins of the world. Theoretically speaking, it is indeed the most turbid. If the standard of judgment is really purity as we know it, such a scene should not happen. In other words, it's not a judgment of purity. That's difficult. Little Star is a museum. There are a lot of things hidden in it. I don't know what it is linked to. I don't feel anything on me that has attracted attention. It is indeed related to consciousness, but it is definitely not pure. The group of people looked at him as if they were looking at a prehistoric creature, causing him to sweat profusely. He couldn't help but want to defend himself. No, listen to me. There's definitely something wrong somewhere. How could I? Hui Gao raised his right hand and gestured to him. Please start your speech. That's right. Actually, I don't feel anything wrong either. Everyone rolled their eyes. Then why the hell are you talking about it? The floor of the main hall is still illuminating? This is the first time I've seen such a situation. What a beautiful pattern. I feel like something good will happen today. I suddenly feel refreshed, as if my whole body and mind have been purified. At this time, the members of the Divine Hall and other ordinary people in the main hall all exclaimed at the ground and pillars that suddenly glowed and became abnormally bright. Those voices floated into their ears, causing everyone's eyes to become even more strange. Yun Nuashing wanted to find a hole to hide in. Hurry up and come in. Don't waste time. Hui rolled his eyes and walked over, dragging Feng to the place yesterday. At the same time, he turned his head and smiled at Lu Yen, who was a little stunned. Look, I told you that there would be a little abnormality. Look at this guy. Lu Yen shivered and looked at Feng Ling with an extremely strange expression. Feng Ling lowered his head and kept muttering, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. There must be something wrong. To hell with purity. His face shivered again. Then, do we need to change the situation according to the sudden change? Hui looked at him and pointed at Feng Ling, who was still doubting life. Anyway, we're not the ones making the preparations. It's your side, right? There shouldn't be a problem with changing people at the last minute. There shouldn't be a problem. Lu Yen crossed his arms and lowered his head, deep in thought. His expression was difficult. Right? Probably? I've never seen such a level of pure consciousness. I don't know if there will be a problem without special preparations. We've never seen such a thing. In history, no one has tried to light up all the carvings of the main hall of the main hall. Never. Even in the lost records, it has never been seen. As Lu Yen spoke, his face was full of doubt. Yun Nuashing's expression became even darker after hearing this. She muttered to herself, It can't be that there's a problem with this physique, right? What? The first thing in the void, the physique can have an effect on this thing. Siyu came forward and held Little Star's hand. She communicated with everyone through the soul transmission. Little Star, see if there's any resonance. Yun Nuashing looked at the girl helplessly and sighed. I don't feel anything at all. I don't feel anything at all. I don't even feel anything strange with my consciousness. If you want to say strange, I can only say that my consciousness is slightly more active. This condition may be triggered through my consciousness. My consciousness is just a bridge, and the real cause of the movement is something else. If that's the case, then it's a big problem. I have a lot of strange things on me, so I won't be surprised if there's any movement or trigger. I don't have many things on me. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were too many things. It was like a warehouse. Something reacted according to something, but they didn't know what it was connected to. In short, it must be related to my consciousness. Well, it was meaningless to think about where the problem was now. He had already looked around himself. The origin energy, the sins of the world, the sea of consciousness, the power of the origin, and the first light. All the more dangerous things mentioned above did not have any reaction. He could not think of any other possibilities. For the time being, he could only suppress his thoughts and follow Lu Yen forward. He would see if there was anything else. At the top of the main hall of the open-air main hall, They could see the oppressive size of the light-chasing tower as soon as they looked up. 5 people stood on the garden-like platform at the top. They had already met one of the white-haired young men yesterday. When they met again, he briefly explained the situation on their side. "We have already seen the details." The white-haired young man nodded slightly. Together with the other 4, he looked at Yun Nuashing. "The main hall's senses will never be wrong. For you to appear here at this moment, all of you should have some special meaning. But that is not a question that we can delve into. We just need to do what we need to do now and move forward." The expulsion effect of the light-chasing tower was gradually weakening. It wasn't just in the capital of God. It was the same for all the light-chasing towers in the world. They couldn't find out who the first person who left behind the expulsion force was. They also didn't know how it had been continued for countless years. They only knew that at this time, this force was on the verge of exhaustion. If there was no way to replenish it, the lighthouses in this world that stood in the darkness would gradually be extinguished. What was left was either an endless battle or watching the fall of one position after another, turning into debris and disappearing in the tide of demonized energy. Even if they could restore the expulsion effect of the capital of God, it would only make it the last place to be destroyed. It was nothing more than delaying the arrival of the destined death and destruction. But even so, it was enough. Even if they knew, they still had to do it. They couldn't just give up because they knew. They still had to live, and they had to continue fighting. At this moment, there was a glimmer of hope in front of them. No matter what the reason was, they had to do their best to respond. Shi Xiao looked up at the light-chasing tower in the sky, and then looked at the purifying stone in the center of the pool. Her gray eyes lit up. After a moment, she said through the soul transmission, "It is indeed very strange. It is not one of the few creations that I have guessed. It is both familiar and unfamiliar. It seems to be a combination of parts of several creations. By the way, you said that creation does not need an additional shrine to make it have the expulsion effect, right?" Yun Nuashing looked at the light-chasing tower and then at the purifying stone on the top of the pool. "Then did you take them apart? Or did you take them apart because of some other necessity?" "Yes." Sure. Xiao nodded slightly. "You should be able to see the top of the light-chasing tower if you look carefully." Yun Nuashing looked up at a 90-degree angle and was slightly startled. The almost invisible energy rays from the purifying stone extended all the way to the top of the light-chasing tower. There was nothing wrong with that part, but there were 2 similar energy rays extending from the top of the tower in the shape of a cross and disappearing into the other side of the world. They looked even dimmer, and the far end had completely melded into the space. Without tracking the energy traces, one would not be able to tell that it was releasing energy into the distance. What is that? The connection between superior nodes and inferior nodes. It is used to build a wide area boundary or domain, Shi Xiao replied softly. It is something like the origin and net of order. Among the few similar creations that I know of, none of them have such a function. Well, it seems that the old antiques were torn apart and pieced together again to make the odd beasts. I guess it was for this reason that the function of expulsion was separated and moved to one side. Then this domain and enchantment thing was installed at every node. We could not help but ask, how wide is this enchantment and domain? The inferior nodes have not been seen yet. Moreover, this function has been abandoned and cannot be used. It is abandoned due to insufficient energy. As long as the purifying stone is restored to its original state, the wide area boundary should be activated again. Oh, Hui responded and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. He said to the white-haired young man, "Anyway, let's finish our business first. I think you all have something to lament about, but it shouldn't be a problem to leave it for later, right?" "That's true." The white-haired young man nodded and bowed to Yun Nuashing. He took the lead and walked up the narrow bridge to the torch tower. The others watched from outside the pool and did not swarm over to prevent people from being squeezed into the water. looking at the torch tower and the purifying stone on the central island at a close distance, and then at the pool around them. Yun Nuashing curiously waved her hand to summon a few drops of liquid energy. She looked at them in her palm for a while and could not help but say, "The energy is thin." As the core of the purifying stone, it contains two little consciousness and willpower. Even the energy generated and stored through it has become thin. The white-haired young man heard this and sighed helplessly. A long time ago, just this pool alone could supply the entire capital of God with endless energy. But that was a long time ago. I'm afraid not many people remember it now. Yun Nuashing looked at him and suddenly asked curiously, "By the way, is there no one like the hall master in the main hall?" The main hall is only in charge of management, and it is managed by the 5 of us who are also hall masters. There is no position like what you think. All right. Skipping this topic, Yun Nuashing looked at the purifying stone and asked, "How did the previous person activate the consciousness and willpower?" The white-haired young man was stunned. He lowered his head and pinched his chin as he thought. The method varies from person to person. As long as you input the consciousness and willpower, it will work. Of course, if you have not mastered the technique to directly use this energy, you can also use the power of your blood. But the latter is more crude and the efficiency is not high. It is easy to waste it. How long can the replenishment last? The white-haired young man's pondering movements froze. After a long while he said, "This is determined by the amount of replenishment. However, for your friend, even if it's the smallest amount, such as a thumb-sized ball of loose consciousness and willpower, it can still last for quite a long time. After all, it's not purely using this power for defense. It's just a rather important catalyst in the middle." "Yes, that's what I mean." "Oh," Yun Nuashing replied. He had an idea in his heart. After sorting out his thoughts, he turned to look at the light-chasing tower and the extinguished, wide area domain on top of it. Then he looked at the demon cleansing stone on top of the torch tower. The white energy layer on its surface was like a candle in the wind. It could be blown away with one breath. The energy connection between the purifying stone and the light-chasing tower has been cut off. It can last for an hour. Please end it as soon as possible. The white-haired young man nodded slightly. After saying that, he retreated to the side and waited quietly. Since it was the power of consciousness and willpower, it was easy to handle. A little of it could last for a long time. Then, including the extension of life and the activation of the wide area domain, he just had to throw a willpower crystal into it. The willpower crystal that carried part of his soul could produce willpower continuously. It only needed energy. As for energy, the purifying stone could handle it on its own. There was no need to worry. Since the willpower did not need to be consumed too much, he just had to slow down the regeneration speed a little. Then there should be no problem. Thinking of this, he was almost done with the calculation. He raised his right hand and gathered the power of consciousness and willpower. The white light fused and condensed into a white oval crystal the size of a palm. It looked like an egg. There were faint colors and beautiful patterns on the inside. It could be thrown out as a work of art. He looked at the egg and waved his hand to make it float up. It gently went into the purifying demon stone. He had just thrown it in and saw that it had settled down smoothly. When he was about to use it, he suddenly remembered something. "I say, you just said that he only needs a thumb-sized force to last for a long time, right?" The white-haired young man nodded. "That's right. What's wrong?" "Then what about my level?" The white-haired young man. I just threw in a super concentrated, super large amount of..." Before Yun Nuashing could finish a sentence, the white-haired young man had already understood. Their faces changed at the same time. They looked up and saw an uncontrollable surge of dazzling light slowly bursting out from the purifying stone, blinding their eyes. An uncontrollable and unstoppable energy surged wildly. At this moment, Yun Nuashing only had time to shout in the soul communication, "Get down, this thing is going to explode!" The moment the light burst out, everyone had reflexively put up an energy shield. Then, they all prostrated themselves on the ground. At the same time, they pressed down the few who were still in a daze and did not know what was going on. Then they hurriedly looked up. The energy light that had melted between heaven and earth suddenly became extremely clear at this moment, entangling the space like a coiled silk hole. A 10,000-mile-wide energy light pillar suddenly erupted from the top of the light-chasing tower, gushing high into the sky. The white light that drowned the world dyed the world pure white. Everyone in the capital of God was so shocked that they stood rooted to the ground, looking up at the pure and flawless light pillar in a daze. A white ring of energy exploded from the middle section of the light chaser tower the moment the light pillar gushed out. In a short 5 seconds, it swept past the entire capital of God, shooting toward the end of the world at a speed that far exceeded that of light. It was also at this moment that countless people, not just in the 3 domains, but in the entire world, turned their gazes toward the sky. A huge light pillar disregarded space and distance, projecting its massive size into everyone's vision. It was like a beacon that stood between the heavens and the earth, giving guidance and tearing apart all barriers in the world. But soon, everyone did not have the time to look at the thing that was projected in front of them, because what was really in front of them was their own light-chasing tower bursting out a huge light beam, as if responding to the light beam that reached the sky. At this moment, countless people saw a cross-shaped net appear in the sky above the light-chasing tower. It was incomparably clear. Their figures disappeared on the other side of the sky as if they were trying to reach out and touch something. In a corner of the world, a city that was almost drowned by demonized beings suddenly burst out a white light beam that lit up the barrier of the light-chasing tower that was about to be extinguished. The power of will that descended from the sky like the might of the heavens caused countless demonized beings to stop in their tracks. The demonized energy that lingered between heaven and earth began to rapidly disperse. Then, without any spiritual intelligence, they instinctively turned around and left without hesitation. It was like a mighty ebbing tide. Even when they retreated, there was a sense of oppression. The demonized beings have retreated. The Lord of the great temple turned back to look at the light of the light-chasing tower. He felt that the demonized energy in this space was rapidly weakening and then disappearing. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then he squatted down on the tattered ship. Thank the heavens. Although I don't know what happened, in short, thank the heavens. Also on the ship, a man with a long ponytail and wearing a demonic armor with listless eyes threw down the spear in his hand and slid to the ground. It's finally over. Captain, do you feel that there's a familiar aura in the light? A strong man who was 7 feet tall standing next to him scratched his hairline and looked at the light beam that soared into the sky. It feels weird. Who knows? I just feel that this place itself is weird. But no one will believe me even if I tell them. It's a strange world. I feel like dying when I think of enduring 15 years here. Shu Qing let out a long sigh of relief and looked up at the light. Her listless and empty eyes reflected the pure white light. Her gaze flickered. Although there are other things besides the opportunity to advance to the realm of Yuanshi, such as the things in the hands of the Yuanshi realm, but can we really withstand a battle of this level? Who knows? We don't have time to care so much in this place. Monitor leaned against the side of the ship and looked at the black clouds that dissipated like the ebbing tide in the distance. He sighed heavily. We have to find our team first. Now there's only you and me. We can't do anything. This world itself is a whirlpool of chaos. With more than 10,000 of us involved, I don't think anyone can make a splash. It's hard to say. Shu Qing laughed emotionlessly. I think of someone. What a coincidence. I thought of it too. Monitor gritted his teeth and replied, Anyway, after this is over, we should go to find our family members. Of course, it would be better if our family members find us. The beam of light that tore the world apart lasted for 5 minutes before slowly dissipating. At the same time, at the place where the light burst out, the culprit that caused the chaos of the whole world was staring at the light-chasing tower expressionlessly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Yen and others in a mess. Sweat dripped down his forehead. It was all because he was frightened by the report. As for what exactly was said, his head was buzzing. Anyway, he did not really understand. He only heard the gist of it. For example, the range of the barrier had expanded by 10 times, and the exploding ring of energy was weakening all the demonized energy in its path bit by bit. It seemed to have been collectively weakened by 5 or 10%. As for that, he did not hear it clearly. Xiao Shi came up to him and looked up at the light-chasing tower with him. She said calmly, the deployment of the wide area domain failed for some reason. But the energy that was used for the deployment turned into a torrent of energy that will spread throughout the whole world. A part of the demonized energy was slightly removed. The rest of the energy successfully lit up the demon cleansing stone. Through the connection between the upper and lower nodes of the wide area domain, the excess energy was transferred to other nodes. It can be speculated that the situation in other places has been completely restored. She turned her head and glanced at the layer of white light that swallowed the entire pool and spread to the ground. She continued, "There are unknowns." Yun Nuashing was touched. He held her hands. "Xiao Shi, let's talk about something else." Xiao Shi looked at his hands that were holding hers. She then looked at his face that looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. She tilted her head. "Then do we have children?" "Let's talk about what you just said about unknowns." "Oh." Xiao Shi nodded slightly. When your willpower erupted, the conceptual layer of the rules of this world experienced a slight feedback shock. It is speculated that your consciousness and willpower have some unknown connection with the rules and concepts of this world, inscribing your consciousness and willpower into the conceptual layer of the rules. Yun Nuashing pulled his hair. He had a feeling that something was going to happen. Why do I feel that it is getting more and more complicated? Chapter 1980. The Concept Layer of the Rules. Well, he could not think of anything to say, so he just said a few words normally. Among the elements that made up the world itself, the concept layer of the rules was the place where the rules gathered. The rules gathered together to become an infinite number. Although it was a completely dark space where nothing could be seen, if all the rules were to be revealed, it would probably make everyone fearful. A net of light weaved by countless rays of light was like a tree buried in the ground with countless intertwined roots, and it was a structure that was countless times more complicated than that. As mentioned above, tree roots were just tree roots. The entire concept layer of the rules was a net-like structure made of densely packed tree roots, breaking out of the ground and growing into a sapling or a tree, and finally blossoming and bearing fruit. All of that happened in the real world. As for the so-called engraving something into the concept layer of the rules, to put it directly, using this analogy, for example, if the fruit of this tree was plucked and thrown back into the concept layer of the rules, then the fruit would become a rule and a condition. When this rule or condition came into contact, the real world would have some kind of reaction as a result. To put it bluntly, it was an artificial addition of a condition. Whether it was a fruit or not was not important. It was just adding a rule. This was something that they often did. After all, it was artificial modification of the rules, and they would do such things when customizing the world light orbs. A certain rule or condition related to consciousness and is engraved into the concept layer of the rules, and it needs to be touched for there to be a reaction. Yun Nuashing lowered her head and muttered. She only realized that she was still holding onto Zhao's hands when she came out of her contemplation and quickly let go. Can you see the more specific situation? For example, what are the rules, conditions, or what will appear in the end? It was just a flash of feedback shock. I only saw its aftermath and did not see where the source of the shock was. As for the result, Xiao shook her head gently. I can't trace it, and it didn't leave any trace. But that was normal. Conditions engraved in the concept level of rules would be hidden deeply if they were important, and would be displayed openly if they were not traps or traps. He had carelessly caused such a huge commotion, but he had only touched something and caused a small ripple. Either he had carelessly caused something similar to the nature of the condition, which resulted in a reaction, he had obtained the demolition permit, or he had hit the mark but did not have enough strength. His rationality was telling him that this kind of thing that involved the concept of rules, if he just stopped and ignored it, it would be fine. But, there was no need to say more. Actually, they were not here for a vacation. The hidden things of this world were very interesting just by hearing about it. No, it was very. In short, it was just. All right, he was suddenly excited. This kind of house search sounded very fun, right? Phone! What weird things are you thinking about? Hui scratched his head and walked over casually. When he saw Feng's happy and inexplicably excited face, he immediately stopped in his tracks and jumped back in horror. You just caused a big explosion of the century, and now the capital of God has not calmed down. Don't make trouble. Yun Nuashing. I haven't said anything yet. And this time it was really an accident. You guys have been talking about it since 10 minutes ago. Yes, it was an accident. You cause supernova-level accidents every day. With a bang, kacha bang, everywhere in this world will be affected. The veins on Yun Nuashing's forehead suddenly bulged. But she felt that this guy's words. Forget it. After all, this was the number one thing in the void. Wherever they went, there would be trouble. They could not escape or hide from it, so there was no point in arguing. What are you here to say? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to tell you that there is a little movement in the ruins in the north where we are going. According to the speed of information transmission in this world, the movement may have appeared 2 days ago. We came up to him and turned to look at the lightning-chasing tower. It's almost time for us to continue our journey. By the way, this pillar is really big. Look at the many things on the pillar. Those big carvings were all activated by you. Yun Nuashing. Why do you have to say the last sentence? Ahem, it's not because I saw how you were messing around. Ahem. We coughed twice and cut off the topic. The situation over there seems to be a little similar to this pillar. It's said that there is a sudden white light in the abandoned ruins, and there are many strange white patterns engraved in the space. The white sea of fog is rolling like waves and is expanding at a steady rate. I guess they have already sent people out to explore that place. The ruins and wreckage that have been silent for countless years suddenly have a change. No matter how you think about it, there is a little bit of a problem. I don't think the people over there will just leave it alone. The people over there? Is there a base nearby? Oh, it's a city about the same size as Boulder City. It's relatively close. It's only half an hour's journey to the ruins from there. Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly as he pondered. Just as he was planning what to do next, Lu Yan suddenly came over with Lu Xiaoqiu and looked at him strangely. He was very familiar with that look. It was as if he was looking at something inhuman. His face stiffened, and when he opened his mouth to speak, his face stiffened even more. Lord Guardian. At that moment, all they could think was, could this guy be someone who got lost in the void frontline many years ago and became the Lord of the Grand Shrine here? But when they saw that his determined gaze was looking at the observer, they were even more stunned. They felt that it should not be the case, but the way he addressed him was a little weird. Me. Yun Nuashing pointed at himself with a puzzled expression. When he saw Lu Yan nodding solemnly, he became even more confused. Where did this random address come from? Hui immediately thought of the only connection. Is it because the main shrine was lit up? Or is it related to this demon cleansing stone? Lu Yan nodded slightly and looked at Feng Ling. There are similar things mentioned in ancient records. People who have the purest willpower are called guardians of the will. But the situation in the records has not reached the level of yours. He turned his head to look at the light-chasing tower and slowly said, exaggerated. Yun Nuashing covered his face and smiled bitterly. His willpower was really not the purest. What pure? If there was only one thing he could think of, he could only think of what she had said before. You are the purest creation of the Source. Yes, that was the only thing he could think of, although he did not know if it was related. Let's put this awkward address aside first. Being stared at by Lu Yen with a slightly strange and respectful gaze, Yun Nuashing had goosebumps all over. He quickly waved his hand. You didn't come just to say hello, did you? Yes, I promised to take you to the ruins in the northern region. Lu Yen rubbed his hands and looked at them apologetically. I just heard from the manager from other cities close to the capital of God that there are some abnormalities in the light-chasing towers of all sizes. Perhaps they were damaged due to the impact of overly strong willpower, but the barrier and the expulsion effect are still intact. Yun Nuashing started coughing violently on the spot. He scratched the back of his head and grimaced in pain. He couldn't even open his eyes. This is cough, cough. That, do I need to compensate? Lu Yen immediately waved his hand when he heard this. He looked at him with a sincere and respectful gaze. No, I don't want to blame you. You have reignited the light of all the lighthouses in this world. Perhaps you have also helped the places that were deeply besieged by the demonized creatures to escape from danger and regain a new life. Compared to this, the weak abnormalities in the light-chasing towers are not much of a problem. It's just that I have to go back to look after Abyss Moon City, so I can't go to the ruins in the northern region with you. If it's possible, Xiaoqiu will accompany you for the rest of the journey. She knows the exact location and has also studied the ruins with me. She should be able to help you in the ruins that have changed. Oh, I see. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. He tilted his head to look at Lu Xiaoqiu, who had a smile on her pretty face but a slightly stiff expression. He blinked and said, What do you think? If you don't want to go, you don't have to hold it in. Just be honest. It's nothing. After all, we have to travel together for a while. If you feel awkward, the journey will be uneasy. Lu Xiaoqiu looked at him. The stiff expression on her pretty face eased slightly. She bowed slightly to him and said, I'm willing to go with you. Okay then. Yun Nuashing replied with an oh. He could not help but mutter in his heart, She's really just a tour guide. I thought that they would immediately set off for Abyss Moon City after this incident. Seeing that they had settled the matter, we turned to look at phone. Shall we set off now? Let's say goodbye and set off. Yun Nuashing nodded and walked over to see you and the others who stayed there to watch the fun. They were still there listening to the white-haired youth's conversation. From the capital of God in the southern region to the northern region, they had to cross the entire central region. These 3 regions were long and narrow from north to south. It was a relatively long journey. Knowing that they were leaving, the white-haired youth arranged an airship for them. Originally, there were some crew members accompanying them, but they felt that if something really happened, they would not know who would protect who. So, they left everyone behind. Only the minimum number of people who could make the airship fly was left behind. In other words, they only brought along a captain. I know how to sail the ship. Lu Xiaoqiu pointed to herself and said to everyone. Then no one was left behind. They just drove the airship and left. The guardian of the will. The white-haired youth stared at the group of people heading north. His expression was a little serious. Temple Master Lu, do you also think that they are the guardians of the will? No. Lu Yen shook his head. He pointed at his forehead and tapped it a few times. If the guardians of the will awaken, there will be a very clear mark engraved on their forehead. It will also appear when they use the power of the will. I have been watching him since he stepped into the main palace. However, there was no movement. Moreover, the guardians of the will have never tried to use the demon cleansing stone that could illuminate the entire main palace. Rather than saying that he is the guardian of the will, he is more like the concept of the will itself. That is an existence that is difficult for us to understand. it is an inhuman thing. Perhaps it is a Holy Spirit, or perhaps it is a God that was born on the basis of our knowledge. Although I don't think that such a thing exists in this world, but he shrugged. Strange things naturally need strange answers to interpret. We don't need to verify whether he is the so-called guardian of the will. We just need to let people know that he is. The strange phenomenon of stepping into the main palace and the strange phenomenon of activating the demon cleansing stone in various temples are undeniable facts. Instead of thinking of other ways to cover it up and explain it by force, why don't we just admit that he is the guardian of the will? This way, those who know about it will have a reason to be at ease. And there is no reason more reassuring than this, is there? The white-haired youth pondered for a moment and nodded. Let's do as you say. We have no way to verify that existence. Just as I said, they may have their special meaning in appearing at this moment. What we need to do is to let him act without any scruples as much as possible. Let's hope that things in this world can also be illuminated by this light. There was an extremely vast plain between the southern region and the central region. The occasional mountain was just a small peak that rose from the ground and did not occupy much land. There was no mountain range that was more than 1,000 meters long. Large and small cities were scattered across the vast plain, and without exception, all of them were wrapped in thick energy barriers. Energy light pillars that were thousands of feet in size shot into the sky like lighthouses, illuminating the sky like lighthouses. Even though it was still daytime, it made people feel that the sky was a little brighter. I think that everyone will dislike this light for disturbing people at night. So you could not help but say, everyone agreed this time. There would always be such people. Even if the light had a strong symbolic meaning or some other meaning, once it really irritated people, as the girl said, there would be people who would say something. No matter how the world was filled with soldiers, there were still ordinary people. Although some observers said that those stupid things should be removed from the category of people. There are indeed such people. Lu Xiaoqiu replied, the great temple would also help to maintain order in the city when there is peace. Even if the living environment forced people to choose to have powerful or self-protecting power, it does not mean that those things would completely disappear. If there is no change in thought and consciousness, there would still be no change in identity. 40 to 50,000 years ago, there was an organization that swore to join the side of the demonized life without warning, believing that it was a punishment from the world's rules. They claimed that they had found the truth, and then? Siyu was curious, and then Lu Xiaoqiu sighed. More than 30,000 people of the organization rushed into the depths of the chaos wasteland, and all of them turned into demonized life. After death, this was discovered when the demonized life besieged a city. The warriors of the Great Temple found an unusual number of humanoid demonized life forms. After comparison, they recognized that they were from that organization and wiped them out. There really are all kinds of people. We could not help muttering. There are plenty of fools in the face of calamity. How could a bunch of things without intelligence bring so-called salvation? Do they even think that demonized life forms can be talked to? That situation was equivalent to order surrendering to chaos. The chaos concept entity would slap them without even looking, not even bothering to say a word. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that it would be demeaning. The underworld and them had at least surrendered with intentions, and they themselves were enough to pique the chaos concept entity's interest. As for the others, they could forget about it. Yin Nuashing slowly withdrew her gaze from the north. Are we going straight to the ruins? The original route was from the capital of gods in the southern reaches to the capital of gods in the central reaches, and from there to Ningzhou City, which is closest to the ruins. But now we need to turn to a foothold, and the distance is not that great. Lu Xiaoqiu said to Feng Ling and the others from the bow of the ship. Yes, the capital of gods in the central reaches has fallen. Yun Nuashing's eyes turned and saw the gray-haired girl. She sighed softly and suddenly said, If we don't stop on the way, can we go straight to that Ningzhou city? Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. That's not a problem. Choosing to stop at another city is just to leave a message of we've been here to the landing point so that we won't be able to find any traces after we die. We blurted out those words on the spot, and the gray-haired girl's pretty face twitched. After thinking for a moment, she nodded in affirmation. Yun Nuoxing covered her face and smiled bitterly for a while before waving her hand. If that's the case, let's go straight to the capital of gods in the central reaches. The gray-haired girl was slightly stunned. But that place is already... I know. That's why we're going there. Yun Nuoxing nodded and turned her gaze away. We're just going to see what's going on in the capital of gods. There's no need to worry about encountering demonized life forms. It's fine even if they swarm over. Okay, but I still hope that they won't swarm over. She could not help but smile bitterly. She slightly changed the trajectory of the airship and let it go at full speed towards the fallen capital of gods in the central reaches. If we're going to stop at the capital of gods in the central reaches for a while, I'll go at full speed. After reaching the destination, I'll need the demon cleansing stone to slow down for a while. Oh, explosive speed, right? Got it. Don't worry, we'll take care of it if anything happens. Hui gave a thumbs up with his right hand and put on a dazzling expression on his handsome face. The gray-haired girl laughed dryly. I still don't want anything to happen. Yeah. Most of the plains were desolate and uninhabited. The distance between the cities was quite far in terms of numbers. The distance between each city was like the stars in the galaxy, distant and untouchable. The desolate places where there were few people were usually the homes of wild beasts. At least, they had not seen any trace of humans or traces of demonized life after such a long distance. For this part of the region that was far away from the chaos wilderness, the threat usually did not come from the earth, but from the sky. Just like the capital of gods in the central region that had been flattened by at least 200 fortress-like demons. No one knew where a large group of fortress-like demons had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and flattened the place without any warning. This kind of fighting style made people feel that something was not right. With the capital of gods as the center point and the farthest city as the radius, there were a total of 40 cities. But other than the capital of gods, the other cities were only accidentally involved in this kind of damage. Let alone being destroyed, there was no news of their city gates or barriers being blown up. It was strange. Didn't they say that when a group of demons gathered, they would only howl and become violent? Why did they show mercy to the other 39 cities? It was for this reason that he decided to go to the destroyed capital of God to take a look at the situation. According to common sense. Bah! According to the nature of being a busybody. No, they hadn't even entered the capital of God when it was destroyed. Hiss, let's go with common sense. All in all, things were out of the ordinary. Now they were going to catch ghosts. Based on their experience in dealing with living beings in similar situations, there were at least 888 ghosts in the city. Unless the group of great demons really rushed to the capital of God from all directions like a swarm of bees and accidentally crushed the 39 cities on the way. After the meal, they swept away everything in their path and left the city in a mess. This possibility, well, let's not talk about it. Possibilities were nonsense. The distance between the two capital of gods was not short. After Lu Xiaoqiu's explosive speed increased by 3 times, it still took them 2 days to reach the capital of gods in the central region. However, they stopped at a place a little further away. The demonic energy left in the capital of gods, which had been destroyed by the demons, would take a long time to disperse naturally. If they broke in at this time, nothing would happen. They would just feel uncomfortable. The airship gradually decelerated after ending its galloping mode. It slowly hovered in the sky with a slight vibration of energy. After staying for half a minute, it continued to float forward, but this time it didn't increase its speed. It just floated forward slowly at a normal speed. The gray-haired girl looked around and pushed the map in front of her to the side. Then she took a few steps forward and said, "We're here. That's the ruins of the capital of gods." Yun Nuashing and the others, who had been growing mushrooms on the airship for 2 days, heard this and squeezed to the front of the airship. They all stared at it and then exclaimed, "Where's the corruption of the demonic energy? The sky is clear and blue. It doesn't look like it's been tormented by those foul guys. Demonic energy. The energy reaction is 0. There's no demonic energy within 1,000 light years." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiu couldn't help but scratch her cheeks. She carefully glanced at Feng Ling with her emerald eyes. Seeing that she didn't say anything, everyone turned to look at her. When they saw that she was looking at someone, they all said in unison, "That energy ring from 2 days ago, I'm afraid it cleansed this place." Yunuashing crossed his arms, cold sweat running down his face. "Did that energy spread so far?" "I think so," the gray-haired girl replied. She looked at him and said, "After all, it's the power of the Guardian of Will. For these isolated demonic energies, the cleansing effect will be multiplied." Yin Nuashing shuddered and waved his hand hard. Don't call me that." Xiao Xiao looked at him and explained in detail through the soul transmission. The wide area domain that should have been opened failed due to some interference. Instead, the energy will affect all the nodes that responded at that moment. Hui stared. "Then, if the 2 nodes are located at the ends of the world, won't it? It will affect the entire world." Xiao Xiao nodded and gave an affirmative answer. This is a wide area domain that directly connects across space. It's not the kind of wide area domain that uses conceptual power to connect across the void like the ones we have at the void frontline. Directly connects the wide area domain, can be seen as an energy thread connecting the 2 nodes in space. So, the energy will expand the area of influence along this energy thread until it reaches the end. The transvoid concept power-wide domain that we're using has 2 closing steps in the process, followed by teleportation. It's clear that teleportation is not possible in this world, which is why we can only use the first method. We could not help but sigh. It's really hard on this world. The airship was quite close to the central capital of God. Looking down from the sky, the capital of God should have been a scenery, but now they only saw ruins. The city walls, buildings of various sizes, and houses of varying heights were scattered in all directions like dominoes that had been randomly pushed over. This meant that they had been hit from many directions and were not toppled in one fell swoop. The lightning-chasing tower, which was located in the center of the city, was only left with its upper half that resembled a tree branch. Furthermore, it had fallen in several different directions in the city. The place where the lightning-chasing tower once stood was now left with a bottomless pit. The pit had even swallowed the place where the great shrine was located. This made them a little more alert. The demolition and dominoes before could only mean that the capital of God had been hit by various levels of attack, but the damage was not that great. Even the potholes in the city were the same. But the crater in the center was a clear indication that this place had been hit by a powerful attack. A slightly oval crater, and the lower half of the lightning-chasing tower was swallowed, and the upper half was blown to smithereens. They could confirm that the attack came from the sky. Will the fortress-level great demon use powerful energy attacks? Yun Nuashing asked the gray-haired girl directly. The girl was silent for a moment and shook her head. The fortress-level great demon, you can think of it as a mobile lair. The only thing worth mentioning about it is that it carries a lot of demonized creatures. It is said that the number is in the hundreds of millions. But in our records, there is no information that the fortress-level great demon has a powerful attack. If there is, those cities that have been attacked by the fortress-level great demon should have been hit by similar attacks. That means there is something else that launched the attack. Yun Nuashing nodded. Then in your memory, those that can launch such an attack. She was silent for a moment again and shook her head gently. No, the demonized creatures can only launch attacks of the order of magnitude. In so many years of history, I have never heard of any individual that can launch such a destructive attack. Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the crater in the city. Then, it's very interesting. Chapter 1981. It was like mixing building blocks, soil, sand, and tree branches together and scattering them all around a big pit. The scattered pictures were the ruins of the capital of God, the vast history and endless prosperity. No matter what it used to be, it was just a pile of incombustible garbage. No one knew that the demonized energy had dissipated, and no one would go to the ruins that had just been destroyed by the demonized creatures. The whole ruined city had become a frozen statue. It was quiet, and there was no movement at all. The airship hovering in the sky slowly approached the east wall that had collapsed the most. From the perspective of the ship, there was still no movement in the entire city. It maintained the scene of the destruction, waiting for the latecomers to come. Come for what? To clean up the wreckage? To rebuild the capital of God? Or to get a warning? To pay homage? Anything was fine. There were no restrictions. Yun Nuashing and the others jumped off the airship and landed on the wall that had turned into a lone tower. He looked at the airship in the sky and asked Lu Xiaoqiu, "Don't we need to put the airship away?" The energy source of the purifying stone needs to rest for a while. It also needs to slowly recover its energy. It can't do these things if we put it away. The gray-haired girl smiled at him. Don't worry. It's safe to put it there. The demonized creatures won't keep visiting this place in a short period of time. Even if they do, the barrier can hold on for a while. But she looked down on the wall for a moment and was a little confused. Is there anything worth paying attention to in the ruins? Well, I'm a little interested in that pit. Yun Nuashing reached out and pointed at the big pit in the center of the ruins. Let's wait and see if we can find anything else. Pit. The gray-haired girl looked at the big pit in the center of the ruins and shook her head. She didn't see anything special. If it's the kind of damage caused by the demonized life forms that you know of, even if it's a crater, it would still be bumpy and uneven. However, what we see now is a complete oval. There's probably something new. It's good to explore it in advance. If it's the traces left behind by a new demonized life form, we can also send this information back to warn the others, so that we won't be caught off guard the next time something like this appears. Lu Xiaoqiu thought for a moment and said, "Oh, I see. There is indeed a need to take a closer look. Let's split up." Yun Nuashing waved at everyone and pointed in a few directions. Let's spread out and walk around. We'll gather at the huge crater in the center. Although we've seen it from the sky and scanned the area with our senses, we didn't find anything noteworthy. However, it's hard to say for sure. Some things will always be hidden in places that we can't see. Okay. The group of maidservants cheered the loudest. The next second, they scattered and jumped into the city in twos and threes. Hao Ren landed on the ground with the little angel and Lu Xiaoqiu and began to walk in the direction of the center. Because the broken buildings were fresh ruins, they could still feel some radiance. They had also seen the original appearance of the capital of God. As the ruins of the capital of God were slightly different in size, the overall appearance was similar. Because they had observed and understood in advance, the wreckage piled up all over the city at this moment did not look strange. 2 days ago, they were still walking in the capital of God. Now, they suddenly saw the other side of the city. The buildings were tilted to the left, and the large buildings were torn into several parts. Some of the collapsed parts were still stubbornly standing. There were also large open spaces in the ruins. The ground was full of potholes. It was as if the whole city had been smashed by something when they woke up from a dream. The residual sense of familiarity was like an illusion and a reflection of memory, constantly floating up in their minds and overlapping with the broken scene in front of them. Well, although they wanted to find something, there was really nothing to find. All they could find in the ruins were a lot of debris, all of which were flammable garbage that could no longer be recycled. If they burned it, they would be afraid of polluting the environment. But if they wanted to recycle, clean, and rebuild it, forget it. It was better to burn it all. If ordinary people were to clean up this place, They did not know how long it would take to clean it up. The little angel flew around the two of them, rummaging through the wreckage from time to time. She dug out some magic cleansing stones that had not completely dissipated and some energy creations. They were probably left behind by the soldiers who were guarding the capital of God when they died. Other than that, there was nothing else. About a quarter of an hour later, a group of people came out from all over the place and gathered at the edge of the big pit. They looked at each other, shrugged and spread their hands, and said in unison, "There's nothing, not even a corpse." He scratched his head and said, "It's not normal for it to be so clean." The corpses will be recycled by the demonized creatures. This is one of their instincts. The recovered corpses will become demonized creatures and join the next battle. The gray-haired girl said in a low voice, "All the ruins I've seen are like this. It's very normal. It's very normal, and there's nothing we can do about it." We heard this and immediately grimaced. "Damn it, I can't even rest in peace." Yun Nuashin glanced at him and whispered in their souls, "Didn't we also die in peace when we fought in the Void front line? Then, at least we can have peace for a while. That's a few days to 100 billion years." Everyone was speechless. Well, it was true. And this was only for them. For ordinary people living in the capital of God, being transformed by demonized creatures would probably mean that they would never be able to rest in peace. A group of people surrounded the edge of the crater and looked down. It was a deep and pitch-black hole, and it was difficult to see anything after they reached the limit of their vision. Moreover, the inside of the crater was pitch-black, and even the darkness had disappeared without a trace. Hui patted Maple on the shoulder and said, "Maple, throw a ball of light down there." Yun Nuashing tilted her head and responded. She casually threw a ball of light down. When it floated down and illuminated the surroundings, she looked at Lu Xiaoqiu and said, "There shouldn't be anything hidden under the capital of God, right?" "No." The gray-haired girl shook her head. "At least I know that the managers of the headquarters of the capital of God in these 3 regions would not bury anything underground. But if they did bury something, they wouldn't say anything, right?" "You shouldn't think like that." The gray-haired girl frowned. "If the managers really did bury something under the capital of God and don't want everyone to know..." "Ah, that's not a fun answer." Hui shrugged and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Just say it. We all know what this 'if' means." "Well, there aren't that many idiots. We're just chatting around this pit. Don't be so nervous." Lu Xiaoqiu smiled bitterly. She almost thought that there was something there. The light that went deep into the ground had been sinking for a long time. Yun Nuashing stared at the ground and yawned. She shook her head and said, "There's nothing. It's just a pit. Although it's a bit of a waste of energy to make such a big pit. I do this kind of thing occasionally. There's no need to look into it, right?" "That's true. It seems that it's just a pit that was randomly made." Hui shrugged and turned to leave. "Let's go. If there's nothing to see, let's go. Time is precious." Yun Nuashing yawned and turned around. She casually waved her hand to make the ball of light disappear. "Wait, there's something." Xiao Shi's sudden shout made Yun Nuashing come back to his senses. His other hand slapped the right hand that was about to swing down like lightning. He hurriedly widened his eyes. Hui and Siyu, who had just turned around, also turned around and ran back to the pit. The latter rushed to Xiao Shi's side and pulled her to look down. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Did you find anything interesting?" Yun Nuashing glanced at Shi Xiao and continued to let the light sink. At the same time, she turned her senses to the maximum. Her eyes were shining with a colorful luster. Her vision was projected on the ball of light, and she looked into the darkness below. After a while, she was slightly startled. "It seems that I did see something shiny. It's too dark. It disappeared in a flash. If I didn't pay attention, I would think that my eyes were playing tricks on me. Go down a little more." Hui hurriedly urged. The volume of the ball of light expanded by 10 times as it continued to sink. The light it released illuminated the scene in the pit. When it was close to the bottom, it slowly stopped. Yun Nuashing adjusted it slightly and gathered the scattered light in all directions at the front. The bottom of the pit was as bright as day. Everyone who focused their gaze at the bottom also stared at it with their eyes wide open. Then they were all stunned. A cube of obsidian that was at least 1,000 miles long was placed at the bottom of the pit. The aura of that thing. If they were not mistaken, it should be a magic crystal stone. However, they had never seen such a large piece of magic crystal stone. Moreover, its shape was so standard. They did not need to guess to know that it was man-made. They did not know who cut the magic crystal stone into such a shape. There's no aura at the bottom of the pit. There's only a piece of magic crystal stone, Yun Nuashing said, and raised her head to look at everyone. Should we fish it up? Can we fish it up? We could not help but ask. Right now, they could not even teleport and could not retrieve items from a long distance. If they wanted to get the magic crystal stone up, they might have to go down personally. Moreover, this pit was indeed a little deep. If they jumped down, they did not know how long it would take to see the bottom. No problem. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly and snapped his fingers. The ball of light that was floating at the bottom of the stone extended more than a dozen energy chains that were about 10 feet wide. They extended towards the magic crystal stone and fixed themselves on the 7 sides and the corners of the stone except for the bottom. They laid out arrays that were tens of thousands of feet wide on the surface of the stone. Then, all the energy chains suddenly tightened. He tried to pull it, and the entire magic crystal stone shook slightly. He nodded and said, "It's done. We can get it up now." He waved his hand vigorously. "Then drag it up." Boom! The violent explosion of energy gave everyone a fright. This energy explosion that happened without warning and without any movement made Hui nervous. He blurted out, "How could it explode when you just pulled something?" "It's not me." Yun Nuashing turned her head and grinned at him. The sound came from behind. "You heard it clearly. But where did the energy explosion come from in this godforsaken place? What the F***CK?" Hui muttered and turned his head. He was stunned. He saw a cloud of black smoke exploding in the sky, and the place where the explosion occurred was where their airship was parked. Our airship was set off with fireworks. Everyone turned their heads in shock. They were all stunned when they saw the firework in the sky. All kinds of strange expressions appeared on their faces. Hui immediately rolled up his sleeves and scolded. "Although I don't know what happened, don't think you're done for treating our airship like a firework. Energy lock tracking. I found you, the guy who set off the fireworks. Stop right there." Hui cursed and was about to charge out when the surrounding space suddenly became a little dim. A huge object suddenly fell from the sky, landing heavily in the ruins, smashing out a pit and splashing countless fragments. The demonic energy that suddenly spread out made everyone's expression change slightly. The thousands of things that fell on the ground were now, like a black hill, slowly rising. Their line of sight also followed the movement of these things rising from the ground and kept rising, until their line of sight was perpendicular to the ground. Those black hills then stopped and turned into a huge monster in front of them that began to release a foul demonic energy. Then they all lowered their heads to look at the group of people in the center of the ruins. Lu Xiaoqiu's pretty face immediately turned pale. She subconsciously grabbed Fengling's arm. I don't like accidents. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone to the neighboring city to register so that father wouldn't know where I died." Everyone. Yun Nuashing turned to look at Lu Xiaoqiu, who looked like a little girl. She thought for a moment and reached out to pat her head and comforted her. Don't worry. It's okay. Thousands of great demons are standing in front of me. There's no battleship and no barrier of the Light Chaser Tower. How can I not worry?" The gray-haired girl's face was full of bitterness. She looked like she was about to cry. But why? There's no sign at all. They all appeared out of thin air. She raised her head. This time, her attention fell on the sky. A moment later, her breathing stopped abruptly. A huge object that was probably thousands of miles long was suspended in the sky, constantly releasing surging and majestic demonic energy. Fortress! The girl's body immediately went soft. Yun Nuashing hurriedly reached out to support her, not letting her fall, and continued to comfort her. Calm down, really calm down. It's okay, just leave it to us. The girl was comforted twice in a row. She did not take it seriously. But when she saw Feng Ling and the rest's blank expression, she was even more stunned. She thought that they were scared out of their wits. Cough, cough. Then, while Feng is banned from the competition, I think I can slap. Yun Nuashing immediately raised his other hand, intending to register. Everyone turned to stare at him. Professional players are not allowed to participate. Tisk, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He smacked his lips, shook his head, and sighed. It was better to just support Lu Xiaoqiu. It was not fun to not even let him hit her. Cough, cough. Then let's continue. There's a nest of great demons here. Who's going to fight? Hui waved his hand and shouted. Roar! While they were stirring up trouble, the uninvited guests did not intend to wait. They suddenly roared and rushed towards them with earth-shattering steps. Their movements were really earth-shattering. Every step they took shook the ground like noodles. Yun Nuashing dug his ears and breathed a sigh of relief. Bing air. Ah no, Shuang Shuang. Kill them. Bing air. Shuang Shuang tilted her head and looked at him in confusion. Little Angel could not help but cover her face with her wings. This was a memory distortion. Although both of them played ice, their natures were different. How could they have a memory distortion? Yun Nuashing grimaced in embarrassment. It was too easy for him to shout for people to fight. In this era, there were not many people who shouted for people to fight. Shuang Shuang did not care about why he suddenly shouted for the wrong person. She just looked at the group of great demons in front of her. She thought for a while and imitated Little Star. She gently raised her hand and gathered energy. Then she snapped her fingers. The surging icy energy instantly swept through the entire ruins like a supernova. The sound of everything being frozen into ice sculptures exploded in everyone's ears. In the next second, everything in front of them had turned into ice. The ruins were turned into ice sculptures, and the ground was turned into an ice field. The entire world was in a state of ice, and the snowflakes began to dance lightly in the wind. The great demons that were still running in their line of sight had all turned into ice sculptures at this moment. It was like an ice mountain that was tens of thousands of feet high had risen from the ice plains. This extremely shocking scene made Lu Xiaoqiu open her mouth slightly. Her whole body was stiff. The great demons that could destroy cities, thousands of great demons, were instantly killed without any preparation. When they were prepared and only had a barrier, they were not afraid of any great demons. But now they were in ruins. Without weapons and barriers to defend themselves, with her strength, she would not be able to defeat a great demon in a one-on-one fight. Otherwise, why would she be so scared? Hui raised his head and pointed at the fortress that seemed to be pressing down on them. Let's shoot that thing down too? I feel that there's quite a lot of weight in there. It might be some trouble if we let it fully unfold. Then let's shoot it down. Yun Nuashing shrugged and said indifferently. Hui responded, just as he was about to blast through the fortress. He suddenly turned his head and looked elsewhere. Oh, that thing just ran back? What? That's right. When the fireworks were released on our ship, there was a target that was desperately running out. I thought it had already slipped away. I don't know why it suddenly turned back. Ah, it's here. As soon as Huey's voice fell, everyone turned their heads in unison. A figure suddenly appeared on the ice plains in front of them. It was the size of a human and had a humanoid appearance. It was just that its body was stained with too much demonic energy. In addition, Its movements seemed to have a relatively clear purpose. It made them unable to determine whether it was a human or a demonic life form, or the humanoid figure raised its head. The demonic energy lingering around its body changed from disorderly spreading to blowing behind it, revealing the figure of a young man wearing a black battle robe and white shawl hair. They all subconsciously thought that this was a demonic life form that had no emotions after being eroded by the demonic energy. It was not until they saw that the white of the young man's eyes had turned black and his pupils were mottled white that they dispelled this idea. At the same time, another idea popped up in their minds. A person who retains his sanity after being demonic? We looked at him with a little interest. The peak of the beginner premier. Something. But speaking of this realm, Foam, do you think we have found the answer to this pit? It's possible. Don't you think that the fireworks on our ship, the sudden appearance of the fortress, and thousands of great demons seem to be a set of processes? The latter also seemed to follow orders and suddenly appeared. Moreover, the peak of the beginner premier could indeed launch an attack that could tear down the light-chasing tower and the grand shrine if they tried hard. Should we hit him? Hit him? Hit him? Siyu shook his arm and suddenly became excited. The others also secretly adjusted their state and accumulated energy. Yun Nuashing was speechless. A group of guys who were close to the peak of the middle premier could be excited about fighting a peak of the beginner premier. It was simply disdainful to not allow him to attack. The group in front of him saw that he was fearless, and even seemed to be discussing who would be more suitable to attack. The demonic young man suddenly let out a few emotionless laughs. You seem to be quite leisurely. Intruders without any reservations. Intruders? We couldn't help but dig his ears. You are from the original capital of God. That's not right. Even if you are from the original capital of God, now that you have been demonized, you should have moved. You are occupying the ruins of other people's homes as your own. I understand. You are quite shameless. We paused and looked up at the sky. I was wrong. I should have said you. Roaring sounds that contained the demonized power descended from the sky. Dense black clouds smashed onto the surrounding ice plains and ice mountains. The surging black clouds slowly dissipated, transforming into silhouettes that were wrapped in a vast amount of demonized power. These silhouettes were wearing the same clothes as the demonized young man who appeared first. Their eyes were all black and white, which seemed to be a special feature. They gathered together and stimulated the demonized power to a whole new level. Their power was countless times greater than the power of tens of thousands of great demons gathered together. Lu Xiaoqiu was in a state where she couldn't think from the beginning. The demonic person who kept her sanity and the power of the peak of the early stage of Premier made her brain directly shut down. Her eyes were dull. If it weren't for Yun Nuashing's support, she might have fallen down. This was too exciting for her. 1, 2, 3, 9. Yun Nuashing counted the number of people, then scratched her head and rolled her eyes. You didn't count me in. It's not fun. The little angel couldn't help but mutter, I'm just an assistant. Why do you count me in? They don't care. You look like a beginner yuansher on the surface. Well, support and whatnot. Sometimes support also needs to personally pick up a weapon and rush to the front. Don't worry. You have no problem fighting a group of peak beginner yuansher. Just go and fight. Yun Nuashing smiled at her and then turned her head with a gloomy face. Anyway, you don't let me do it. I just need to watch this girl. Sigh. And it's a battle of the premier, right? I'm just a cricket at the peak of the origin. What qualifications do I have to participate? Sigh. Everyone. Although they had already spat this out many times, they still had to spit it out. What the hell was this? A mere pinnacle of origin? The person who said this was either cut off from the path of reincarnation or was rolling in reincarnation. Although I don't know who you are, since you have already broken into our territory, we can't let you leave at will. The demonic youth who appeared first took out 2 short knives and walked slowly toward Hui and the others. The demonic aura on his body surged several times in just a few steps. Although we should tell you our names before the battle so that you can die knowing who you are, in my opinion, it seems to be unnecessary. He waved the 2 short knives in his hand with one hand and stopped 10 feet in front of Hui. Then you can struggle with all your strength and resist. Then go on your way happily. The moment the cold voice fell, the murderous aura and demonic energy suddenly surged like a storm. The other 8 people standing in various places of the ice field also slowly drew their weapons and approached Hui and the others. Have you chosen your opponents? Hui directly ignored the oppression of the storm. He turned his head and gave a thumbs up to everyone, showing a very bright smile. Seeing that everyone nodded, he glanced at Feng, who was secretly rubbing his hands, and rolled his eyes at him. That big idiot over there. Just watch the girl next to you. Don't sneak around and make trouble for me. Tisk! Yun Nuashing turned her head and smacked her lips. She crossed her arms and looked depressed. Do it! Let's give this bunch of brainless idiots a thunderbolt. After Hui roared, Siyu, a group of girls, and Ning Fei also responded with a roar. They had been following someone for many years and had treated charging as an instinct. In an instant, they charged toward the target they had chosen. A light flashed, and the next moment they appeared in front of the 9 demonized people. The surging energy in their hands blasted toward the faces of the 9 demonized people, who were stunned for a moment. Boom! The energy storm that suddenly exploded in the sky and on the ground made Lu Xiaoqiu even more stupefied. While she was puzzled, Feng Ling suddenly pulled her to sit down on the debris of the building next to him. She saw him calmly take out a watermelon and split it into 4 parts. He handed one to her and said, "Fresh watermelon, do you want to eat?" Lu Xiaoqiu was stunned and subconsciously took it. Suddenly, she shuddered and looked at the 9 vigorous battle scenes. She was very stupid. Aren't you worried about them? Those demonic people are much stronger than you think. Oh, Yun Nuashing responded lightly. She took a bite of the watermelon and asked her, "What do you think of the battle in the sky?" The gray-haired girl looked at the battle in the sky and subconsciously said, "It's a stalemate." That's because they are holding back. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and took out a durian. Huey's brain circuit is sometimes very strange. For example, in the hundreds of rounds just now, there were more than 20 opportunities to give the other side a fierce blow, but he just pretended that he didn't see it. He is probably testing the water, testing the strength of these strange demonic people or something. You should take the opportunity to record it. This information should be useful. Everyone saw that he was testing the water, so they cooperated with him to test the water. Otherwise, the battle would have been over long ago. The gray-haired girl stared blankly and couldn't think. But speaking of these demonic people, do you think of anything? Yun Nuashing broke open a durian and handed it to her. Do you want to eat it? It's sweet, Lu Xiaoqiu said. You are so calm. Demonic people. I can only think of the people who rushed into the chaos wilderness 40 or 50,000 years ago. But later it was confirmed that they all died. It should have nothing to do with this. How do you know that they are all dead? Did you confirm it yourself? Or is it that when the demonic creatures attacked, there were still people who could clearly distinguish each demonic creature in the smoky energy? That is an army of millions and tens of millions. When they swarm together, they need to deal with it with all their strength. Do you think that who has the time to distinguish more than 30,000 people when they are fighting with all their strength? More than 30,000 people added together are not as conspicuous as a great demon. Yun Nuashing sneered. Seeing her eyes flickering, he continued, "It's just a way of saying it. It's normal to miss out on a part of it. Or it's possible for someone to imitate them and jump into the chaos devil wilderness. What's the purpose? Don't worry, we're still figuring it out." No matter what, at this time, they're already on the side of the demonic creatures. For us, what we have to do is self-evident. Yun Nuashing let out a few faint laughs. She put her hands behind her back and leaned back. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked to the side. That person over there, am I right? The gray-haired girl saw him, looking to the side. She didn't know when, but there was a middle-aged man with long black hair and a gloomy face. He was wearing the same black battle robe, and his eyes were also black and white. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't even notice an enemy at such a close distance. Just as she was about to jump up and prepare to defend, Feng Ling pressed her hand down. She turned her head and showed her a very beautiful and reassuring smile. Relax, don't be nervous. Have you forgotten? The middle-aged man's figure silently appeared in front of them. He looked down at them from a meter in front of them. His black and white eyes had a magical power that could shock the soul. Lu Xiaoqiu's expression trembled. When the fear and uneasiness in her heart reached the peak, a powerful willpower went through her palm and drilled into her heart, calming her down in an instant. You are very calm. Can't you see the situation clearly? Or do you know the situation in your body and still pretend to be calm? The middle-aged man's deep voice seemed to carry a hint of something deep and dark, causing echoes to echo in the empty space. Yun Nuoxing slightly raised her head to look at him, revealing a bright and beautiful smile. Charming people. What do you think? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the girl in front of him suddenly hand him half a watermelon. She smiled at him and said, "Do you want watermelon? It's fresh and sweet." The middle-aged man and Lu Xiaoqiu were speechless. They were very puzzled. From the beginning to the end, they were puzzled. Chapter 1982. They were one of the hundreds of millions of demonized beings, but they were not the executors. At best, they were demonized people who had somehow managed to retain their sanity after being infected by the demonized energy. Perhaps it was because most demonized beings did not have brains, but their sanity allowed them to gain control of the demonized beings. It was as if they had a group of loyal soldiers under their command. It had been a long time since they successfully demonized and became one of them. During this period of time, they had not been able to figure out where the demonized life forms came from, nor did they discover where they came from. The information contained within their structure was not enough to solve this mystery for them. However, just as they had thought at the beginning, the demonized life forms had been wandering the earth for a long, long time. They pushed the entire world towards death and destruction bit by bit. It was like a law of the world. Even if they could not achieve this goal in one go, there was no need to rush. They only needed to push this process again and again. Their arrival would also accelerate this process, causing the countless demonized life forms in the Chaos Devil Wilderness to rejoice, setting off the most powerful wave in history in this world, sending the power to destroy everything to every corner of this world. In fact, tens of thousands of years of preparation had not been disturbed because it was located in the depths of the pandemonium wasteland where no one had set foot. Their operation this time had defeated the capital of God, and the process was quite smooth. Just as they were about to use the ruins as a base for their next operation, a mighty supreme will suddenly burst out from the southern region. Although it was an indiscriminate energy impact and thus did not cause too much damage, it still injured all of them and all of the demonized beings. It even purified the demonized energy that covered the ruins, causing their following operations to be hindered. Just as everyone was about to recover and continue their operation, a group of strange people came out of nowhere and stared at this place without going anywhere. They also looked at the huge crater that was blasted out of the ground like a lunatic. It was very puzzling. It had been more than 20 days since the destruction of the capital of God. During this period, no one had come here. Why would a group of people suddenly appear at this time? They were as sensitive as dogs, staring at the pit without looking anywhere else. Originally, when this group of people was about to go home, they were relieved. After all, it was not a good time to act openly. But God knew why they had to find the thing at the last moment. Where did these crazy people come from? Why would they look at a pit for no reason? Fine, so be it if they were found. As long as they killed the people who saw them, it would mean that no one had seen them. No matter how strange this group of people was, they were just a group of people who had just entered the origin realm. Without any backup, a nest of great demons would be enough to smash them into meat patties. Therefore, they made a prompt decision to do so. At the same time, they also blew up the only possible accident, the flying ship, at the same time. Then, the whole ruins became a huge ice block. Then, they had to deal with them, personally. They thought that the battle would be easy. God knew why it was still not over after 15 minutes. Damn it, this group of people was as fierce as if they had seen a ghost. The two women in front of him were also as calm as if they had seen a ghost. He had been standing here for 15 minutes, and they had been eating watermelon and sunflower seeds for 15 minutes. One of them was explaining and commenting on the battle in front of her as if she was watching a show. She was talking to the other person and did not take him seriously at all. Although the enemy was standing right in front of her, she looked so calm and composed. However, it did not seem like she had given up on resisting or struggling. It was more like she had been fearless from the very beginning. However, he could not see the so-called absolute confidence on her face, nor did she look like she was fearless with a large army in her hands. Instead, it seemed like she did not care about anything that happened here. She looked at everything that was happening at this moment with an attitude that nothing would be wrong. It was as if she had known the outcome from the very beginning. So she did not care about the process that was happening at this moment. No matter what happened, the outcome would not be different. He could feel this from her. We are enemies. He could not help but remind her. Yes, I know. That's why I am wary of you. Yun Nuashing shook the watermelon skin in her hand and glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally. We are enemies, so you must not let your guard down. He was silent for a while. The demonized energy surged in his hand and turned into a demon claw that quickly reached out to her. Bang! The boiling demonized energy touched a layer of hard barrier. The force of the recoil made his hand tremble violently. The sharp pain made him, subconsciously, take half a step back. The sudden activation of the energy barrier also made Lu Xiaoqiu subconsciously shrink her neck and scream. After a while, she raised her head and found that nothing was wrong. Then, she looked at Feng Ling strangely. Sure enough, you are fearless. The middle-aged man could not help but murmur. He looked at his trembling hand and let out a strange laugh. Yun Nuashing looked at him. She still had a charming smile on her face. She did not look like she wanted to fight at all. Can I interpret your actions just now as you wanting to fight? The middle-aged man glanced at her and took out a sharp spear with a wave of his hand. Your barrier was left behind by them, right? No wonder you were so fearless from the beginning. However, how long can you hold on with a single barrier when you are all alone and helpless? It seems that I was thinking too much. He saw that the smile on her face did not fade, but she was slightly stunned. He could not help but laugh at himself and shake his head. He turned around to look at the battle in front of him. He stomped the spear on the ground and pointed it at them. He shouted, "It's over. If you don't want me to tear them to pieces, then obediently allow yourself to be captured. Seeing that you are so tenacious, maybe you can take a second path." The sudden shout stunned the 18 people who were madly fighting in the sky. They all tried their best to get rid of their opponents and temporarily stopped fighting. Then they looked at the edge of the big pit below. In the next moment, everyone's faces changed. The white-haired youth and the others frowned slightly but did not say anything. On the other hand, Hui and the others, when they saw this scene, their excited expressions suddenly changed. Their expressions were so frightened that it was as if they had seen the end of the world. The white-haired youth saw the change in their expressions and could not help but smack his lips. He waved the dagger in his hand. "TCH, is it over like this?" A life and death battle was forced to stop because of two burdens. It's really quite boring. Is that all of you? Calm down. Radiant Bird ignored him and stared down with wide eyes. He moved the shield in front of him to the side. Calm down. Don't mess around. Let's talk nicely. On the other side, Siyu and Shuang Shuang had already put their hands together and prayed with fear. Little Angel and Blue Phoenix could not bear to look directly at them. Xiao Shi and Sui Qing turned around expressionlessly and did not dare to see what was going to happen below. They just stared at the enemies in front of them. Ning Fei laughed dryly at the red-haired young man with a long sword opposite him. Well, let's talk nicely. Can you let your people, step back a little? We don't have a clear understanding of the situation here. We don't intend to fight to the death with you, so let's talk nicely. Are you kidding? The red-haired young man squinted his eyes and gestured at Ning Fei with his long sword. We didn't intend to let you go from the beginning. Even if you know this, plus the situation below, can you still say the sentence? Ning Fei could not help but laugh dryly and nod. They did not intend to fight to the death, but that was referring to now. They were professionals in sneaking around and leaving traces to track people who had already appeared in front of them. It was better to wait for them to go back and talk to the wall before killing them. They had 10,000 ways to do this without anyone noticing. This group of suspicious people was indeed worthy of investigation. So what they had to do now was to use all their strength to let them go, instead of strangling them to death on the spot. But none of them thought that this group of people would be so stubborn to pick on that void-level disaster of all people. Looking at his smile, that increasingly brilliant and bright smile, it was as if the netherworld ruins sword was hidden in his smile. The colorful luster in his eyes was surging and dazzling. This was like a signal to them. The middle-aged man with seaweed saw that the battle in the sky had really stopped. He also showed a scornful smile. Have you calmed down? Then let's talk about the next thing. If you don't want any accidents to happen to them, don't act rashly. Then why don't you calm down a little? Forget it, there's nothing to say. I can't suppress it anymore. Hui grimaced and wrinkled his face like a walnut. The left side of his face had "give up" written all over it, while the right side had "abandoned treatment" written all over it. Finally, he slapped his face to show that he couldn't bear to look at it. I'm sorry, please leave in peace. If you want to hate someone, hate yourself. Idiot of all people, why did you have to provoke? When the middle-aged man heard this, he was startled for a moment. Just when he thought that they were going to resist and break the barrier behind them, a sharp pain that penetrated his soul and body suddenly came from his chest, causing his whole body to stiffen and his vision to blur in an instant. When he lowered his head, he only saw a slender arm covered in blood stretching out from his chest. The hand at the front was holding a stubbornly beating, bright red heart. Dripping blood continued to drip from the arm and fingers, causing him to stare with wide eyes. I did remind you that we are enemies, so don't let your guard down. A smiling voice came from behind his ear. It was pleasant to the ear, but it carried a hint of madness that could not be suppressed. However, you've always had your back to me. It's like you're saying to me, quickly kill me. Quickly pierce through my heart. Quickly tear me apart. How can I endure this? Clang! The chains of order and rules pierced through the void and locked his body, palm, and spear together from all directions, making him tense and stiff. He couldn't even make a move to resist. He could only stare with his eyes wide open and move his eyeballs to the back, trying to see her face clearly. Right. Let me tell you one last thing. I've been sitting here all this time because if I didn't sit here and watch the show, I would accidentally tear you all apart, just like now. I'll take your soul. The blood mist from the explosion of the heart made the whole sky dead silent. The two groups of people in the sky were forced to calm down. Hui and the others were stiff because they had already thought of this ending. As for the other 9 people, they all widened their eyes, listening to the clattering sound of the chains being loosened, tearing the silence here. They watched the middle-aged man's body fall to the ground without a sound. That sound was very dull. The target's condition is abnormal. The estimation of the threat level is wrong. Unable to accurately estimate. Change the target. Use all the power. Kill her. The eyes of the 9 people in the sky burst out with a substantial dark light. Suddenly, they turned into a black shadow and bypassed Hui and the others. The surging, demonized energy condensed into an unparalleled energy storm and rushed toward Yin Nuashing desperately. Even the big demon in the shape of a fortress in the sky, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly emitted violent energy. It was as if the whole mountain range was falling from the sky with an oppressive momentum. Just seeing this scene made Lu Xiaoqiu's face pale, but she could only watch this scene quietly. A thin barrier appeared in front of her, which obviously couldn't bring her much sense of security. Damn it, they are so neat and uniform. They are simply in a hurry to be reincarnated. Hui and the others saw their neat movements and looked at each other. They were all sweating profusely. The group of girls and Ning Fei quickly flashed behind the former and shrank into the shape of an awl to protect their heads. Little Xiao hurriedly said, "The rhythm of light is trembling. It's too late to save them. Quick, defend." Hui was scared by the light in front of him and sweated profusely. He immediately took out hundreds of guardian shields the size of a city wall and wrapped them into a ball. He hurriedly shouted in the soul transmission, "Foam! Be gentle!" The rhythm of light quietly appeared, and its radiance surged with an aura that could tear the void apart. Yun Nuashing looked at the big guy who was falling like a meteor and the 9 people who were attacking him with all their might. He held the rhythm of light with both hands and gently stabbed it into the ground. Sink into the endless radiance. Nothingness, rhythm of light. The violent energy explosion spread throughout the entire space. A circle of brilliant white halo accompanied by a spherical energy shock wave exploded and spread to the end of the line of sight. It was as if the sea of stars had been annihilated together with the void. The destructive energy suddenly exploded from the source of the light and continuously impacted the entire space. The endless destructive energy shock wave struck dozens of times in a second, tearing the entire ice field and the earth apart. The sound of the earth being torn apart reverberated between heaven and earth. Cracks of hundreds of feet wide bloomed on the ground one after another. The length of the cracks could extend to the end of the line of sight, and with each burst of destructive energy shockwave, it continued to expand and spread. The castle-shaped big demon in the sky that was like an island falling from the sky had been forcibly pushed back when the first halo exploded. The continuous explosion of destructive light waves swallowed up its rich demonic energy. Its huge body was clearly visible for a moment, and then, like a small stone, it was blown to the horizon by the strong wind. In the process of flying, it constantly cracked, disintegrated, and began to disintegrate. Bang! In a short 5 seconds, the destructive energy shock wave ended with the sound of a vent of destructive energy. The surging of the last wave made a powerful impact on the scene in front of them that had not yet been fixed. The originally messy scene was now like heaven, and earth had been turned upside down. The debris of the shattered earth was swept up by the wind and fell from the sky, like a rain of rock fragments. When the storm passed, everything that existed in front of them had been reduced to nothing. The mountains were flattened, the plains collapsed and turned into deep valleys. The land was red for thousands of miles, and there was only a big pit that swallowed the entire ruins. We felt that it was a little quieter. Trembling, he dispersed the airtight shield barrier. Looking around, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The surrounding thousands of miles had been destroyed beyond recognition. There was not even a piece of intact ground that was more than 5 meters wide. The fastest player in history to be reincarnated has been born. We looked at the destroyed land and could not help but sigh. How many years has it been since I saw someone who dared to focus fire on Maple? They are really in a hurry to be reincarnated. If they attacked one by one, they could. Ning Fei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. What else could it be? They could still preserve this place. Look at the extent of the destruction. How much effort would it take to repair this place? Everyone was speechless. Did that mean that if they attacked one by one, they would be killed one by one? They only needed to destroy a small area and did not need to use such a large-scale attack? Sie looked around and waved the crystal ball in her hand around. Where are they? Oh, they were thrown into the sky by the level 8,000 storm with the fortress. Conservatively speaking, they are still retreating to the north at a speed of 10,000 miles per second. Hui raised his hand and pointed to the north as he said a string of words that made everyone look at him from afar. Those people seemed to be still alive. Blue Phoenix also looked to the north. She did not see them here, but when she peeked out just now, she saw them being slapped away by the destructive impact of the nothingness, rhythm of light. Little Star was merciful, although it's hard for them to survive. Oh, you can tell with a single glance. He didn't sink this place, but left something like the ground. That means he must have let the sea pass. Hui shook his head and sighed. Our barrier did not even break one layer. How much mercy do you think he went? But it just so happens that we can let those guys experience what a F** King surprise is. I hope they will grow some brains before they charge next time. Why did they choose to attack a durian instead of a persimmon? What do you think this is called? Hui coughed dryly and waved his hand to skip the topic. He quickly looked for someone in the soul transmission. Little Green, I'll give you a moving spatial coordinate now. Oh no, the spatial concept is incomplete and the coordinates are not clear. How about this? I'll give you a direction. You have to rush there at full speed and find a group of guys who were sent flying backwards. I Ching was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by guys who were sent flying backwards? Ah, the guys who were kicked by your Lord Feng with the 3 forms of nothingness. I Ching understood in an instant. And then monitor them, right? I promise to complete the mission. Remember to keep an eye on that big guy. Find some people and see if you can find those guys who are sent flying in 7 or 8 directions like a fairy scattering flowers. They have the energy imprint we left on them. It should be easy to find them. After giving instructions, a group of people quickly gathered around an observer. At this moment, he was holding Lu Xiaoqiu's arm and swinging it. Seeing them come over, he hurriedly said to them, "This girl is stupid. What should we do?" Everyone turned their heads and found that Lu Xiaoqiu was still sitting on the debris of the building. The thin layer of the barrier perfectly protected her from the torrent of destruction. The girl's posture was still elegant, but her eyes were staring blankly ahead. There was a smile on her pretty face. It looked like she was stupid. Shi Xiao waved her hand in front of the gray-haired girl and turned to them. She fainted while sitting. Everyone. This girl was also extraordinarily strong and elegant. We looked at Feng and could not help but say, "It's rare that you actually held yourself back and did not burn this place to ashes. You only killed one person. You need enough fear to make them act. Also, you guys worked so hard to put on an act. You can't just give up without me picking up the baton, right?" Yun Nuoxing stroked her long hair and rolled her eyes at him. Also, that guy is not dead. I only destroyed 2/3 of his soul and froze the rest. For a peak beginner-level Yuanshi realm cultivator, he won't die. After a while, he can still be used and recover. But the scene of you crushing his heart was too impactful. We could not help but mutter. Everyone nodded vigorously at the side. Who told him to turn his back to me? Yun Nuoxing snorted softly. She wanted to wrap her arms around herself, but seeing the blood on her hands, she rolled her eyes instead. Have you forgotten how we beat people up in the realm of the gods? It's all instinctive. We shuddered and turned to the others. Let me tell you, this guy had the terrifying title of Heart Gouger back then. Not to mention, when he beat people up, there were not many people who did not have their hearts gouged out by him. Those who did not die from having their hearts gouged out died even more miserably. Even their ashes were scattered. The group immediately took a step back and clutched their chests. They felt a little pain in their hearts. Oh, the energy life form thing was just for show. It was just an illusion. Yun Nuashing was purifying herself. She grimaced at the others who were looking at her strangely. After that, I didn't use this move much. Well, I have to wash my hands every time I use it. I'm a germaphobe. When it happens, I feel a little disgusted. If it wasn't for his back facing me for so long today, I would be too embarrassed to stretch out my claws. As she spoke, she put her arm under her nose and sniffed. Suddenly, her pretty face scrunched up. It stinks. The earth-shattering shockwave that erupted here must have attracted the attention of the people in the surrounding 39 cities. In a few minutes, they would probably send people to check out what happened. Then, they would see that the former capital of gods had turned into ruins not long ago. Now it had become a huge pit. What they would think and say was not within the scope of their concern. They were afraid that someone would jump down after eating their fill. There was a strange cube down there, and it was definitely not something good. Although they wanted to stay there and let those weird guys continue to do their thing. Well, it seemed that they would not be able to wait until someone found the cube first. So they had to take it back. In less than 2 minutes after putting away the cube, they felt that people were looking at them. Many people were rushing over, so they had no choice but to leave quickly and continue to head north. In short, they had to find a place to settle down and get a boat to use. The surrounding space is a little strange, Feng suddenly said as he left. When they were leaving quickly, Maple suddenly said such a sentence, causing Hui and the others to turn their heads to look at the place that had become a huge pit, and then they threw their gazes back at Maple. It seems to be a hidden space that was created by demonic energy. The concept of space in this world is abnormal, so we can't use teleportation. But there's no saying that we can't create a space. Yun Nuashing explained. They must have been hiding in that space all this time. That's why they appeared so suddenly and without warning. They said that we were intruders or something. Well, they probably used that place as a base. But it was almost destroyed by the shockwave just now. We can only let them find a new place to settle down. Base. Hui touched his chin and thought. Is it related to the cube magic stone that you just put away? This thing must be theirs. But as for its function, Yun Nuashing's face showed a thoughtful expression. She frowned and seemed to be uncertain. I only touched a part of its situation. It seems to be just the tip of the iceberg. Its interior is engraved with a large number of runes, enchanted runes, and some patterns that I don't understand. Those are probably the specialties of this world. They are all made with enchanted energy. It seems to be a creation used to gather enchanted energy. The gathered, enchanted energy will gradually turn into a domain that covers the original space. It may have been working hard for a while before we came, but before it could completely solidify the ruins into a domain like the Chaos Wilderness, it was killed by the energy impact that I accidentally released. And this should only be one of the most superficial functions. The deeper parts are blocked by these dense patterns. If we force this thing open, it will. If we forcefully break it open, Hui said. Yun Nuashing nodded vigorously. The safety measures are pretty good. This idea that they would rather destroy it than let others know what's hidden inside really makes me curious. Tisk, but there's nothing we can do about it. We can only put it aside for the time being. Let's see when we can catch a demonized person and let them explain to us what this thing is. A creation used to gather demonic energy. Hui chewed on this sentence back and forth for a while. Suddenly he shuddered. Why did I think of something terrible? Oh, I've thought of a lot. What did you think of? Just something that revolves around this use. Hui pressed on his twitching cheeks and looked worried. They can't be assisting the expansion of the Chaos Wilderness and then want to collapse this world, right? There's no such thing as that. Whether it's under subjective or passive circumstances, they have become demonic life forms. Their way of thinking and worldview must have changed. Even if they really do such a thing, they must think that it's the most normal thing for them. After all, they're demonic life forms. Their way of thinking has become based on demonic life forms. Yun Nuashing paused, rolled his eyes, and let out a long sigh. Just like those traitorous dogs from Order. At the mention of this, everyone sighed. Thinking about it carefully, the two really had something in common. Chapter 1983. Who would have thought that instead of encountering the troublesome relationship between order and chaos in this strange world, they would encounter another troublesome relationship between order and chaos? It was really unexpected. Originally, he thought that Shuang Shuang would have some reaction to the big black cube. He even dragged her around the cube twice. In the end, nothing happened, which made them feel a little tired. It was because Shuang Shuang said that she felt something strange that they pulled this traveling expedition army back to the Order Void. But after half a day, all kinds of accidents happened. Although they still maintained the highest priority and kept everyone busy all over the world, they were busy causing trouble, and causing more trouble. It was said that I Ching and the others had prepared a whole set of energy tower arrays, and only the Origin Sanctum was left. Now, they were trying to use the manufacturing method of the Light Chaser Tower from him to modify it and make it into a temporary node. It was really not known what they had done in just 2 or 3 days. Lu Xiaoqiu, who had fainted from the shock of the whole set of visually shocking combo, woke up on his back halfway. Seeing that everyone was looking at her with concern, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Hui went up to her and said, "Being brought by Maple to personally experience all kinds of creation and destruction level explosions. Your stomach hurts, right? Your heart is not feeling well, right?" Lu Xiaoqiu nodded vigorously, which made Yin Nuashing grimace. It was not like he wanted it to be like this. Wasn't this an accident? An accident? Xi leaned over and pulled her arm affectionately. Actually, it is very safe to be by Little Star's side. Very safe. You can always trust him in times of danger. It's just that there is no way to control what kind of scene you will see when it ends. Don't worry, we probably have to go through more. The gray-haired girl's pretty face turned pale. She looked at Fengling and wanted to cry. "If there is a next time, can you let me faint first?" Yun Nuashing was speechless. The Great Shrine was a standard in every city. The most important thing now was to report to the Great Shrine, register their itinerary, and report the situation, lest Lu Yan, who was far away in the southern region, thought that they were dead. Most importantly, Lu Xiaoqiu expressed her worry that someone would suddenly disappear halfway and insisted on leaving a trace. The members of the Great Shrine were allowed to pass through the great shrines of every city. It was very normal and convenient for them to pass by, resupply, and chat. As long as they didn't forcefully interfere with other people's business, there wouldn't be any problems. There were basically no idiots who could work in the Great Shrine. There shouldn't be. There are similar people, but there aren't many. Soon they will be purged and organized. Lu Xiaoqiu said softly, "After all, apart from our identities as members of the Great Shrine, we are just ordinary people. There will always be some people with strange habits. It's not a problem of being human or not. It's a common problem of life." Yun Nuashing yawned and responded with a rather bored attitude. Those who can't be strict with themselves and strict with themselves turn their heads and point at others and put down a lot of demands. Most of the lives have disappeared into the sea. Pointing at others is a common problem of life. Sometimes it's fine if they grumble in their hearts, but they have to scold others in the face and say, "Ah, you can't be like this, you have to change. Ah, this is not good, you have to change." After they're done, they don't know how to turn back and look at themselves. In fact, the people and things that they point at may not have any problems in themselves, but they are just being picked on. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. "I've seen too much. I've seen too much. Listening to your complaints, it seems that you have personally experienced something." Hui rubbed his chin and stared at Fengling. "Is it something I don't know?" "It's not a big deal, but I've been thinking about it until today." Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and looked helpless and a little depressed. There are always people who talk about the trends of the times, saying that this is not good, this is not good, this is not good. this is better, this is more appropriate, and go with the flow, complaining about what's wrong with this era, and even pointing at people from Brave Surge, disgusting people. Ah, I'm the one who's being pointed at and disgusted. Everyone gave an "oh," and then switched to soul communication to continue the conversation. When did this happen? It's been around since the very beginning, around the 40th era. I don't really remember the exact time. Yun Nuashing exhaled, and the gloominess on his face became a little thicker. It was indeed something that made people feel puzzled when they mentioned it. In a very remote and small place in the ultimate plain region, the realms of the people there are generally quite low. Because the environment is very comfortable, the mountains are like 1,000 layers of barriers that block the communication between the inside and outside. Although it is called a small place, it is actually the size of a small city. They live a self-sufficient and peaceful life, and it has been passed down generation after generation for perhaps millions of years. It is a bit like a paradise. Really, it has been completely comfortable for millions of years. I was born there. Yeah, it was underpants that suddenly appeared. We could not help but ask. And then you saw the maple forest and the 3-foot white silk. Ah, not then. It was close to the 41st era. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what you meant. We also directly asked, "What do you mean, not then?" Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, because that was my first awakening, and it was an incomplete state. The Maple Forest incident was my second awakening. When I first arrived, I was completely in the misty period, but I had already connected with the world core of the divine realm. But, well, the connection was just a normal one, and not to the extent that there would be a huge difference and change after an official awakening. At that time, the divine realm itself had not noticed me. Ah, let's not talk about that for now. Back to the topic. Less than 2 years after my arrival, the mountains that resembled the 1,000 barricades collapsed in a natural disaster. In one night, I woke up from a dream, and millions of mountains were turned into plains. That paradise was also badly damaged, and it was only after people from nearby cities came to help that the reconstruction was completed. That's right, when the mountains collapsed, they had already communicated with the outside world. There were still many abnormal energy conditions in the mountains, and that was the main reason that blocked the communication between the outside world and the outside world. It was not just a mountain that could isolate the outside world. The place where the small city was located was the only safe zone in the interior, an isolated island isolated by the sea. You can almost guess what happened after that. The place that had lived and worked in peace for millions of years suddenly experienced a drastic change. There were people who had all kinds of thoughts, and most of them wanted to return to that comfortable life since it had been passed down for millions of years. Well, it's not that I can't understand their thinking, but if it was the divine realm, it would be rather impossible. That place had ushered in a change of era that could be called a small place, and the sudden connection with the outside world forced it to respond. We made an "oh" sound, and then you were dragged into the change and disgusted. While they were chatting, the group had already entered the nearest city. Lu Xiaoqiu brought them to the great shrine and found a good place to settle them down in the surrounding square. Then she said, "I'll go to the great shrine to report the situation and register our itinerary. Wait for me here for a moment. Don't forget about the airship." We quickly reminded her. The gray-haired girl smiled and waved her hand as she quickly walked towards the great shrine. Everyone watched as she went before the great shrine before turning to look at a certain observer. What happened after that? Well, at that time I was only a 15-year-old child. Well, at that time my observer's intuition had not yet fully awakened, so I first felt a sense of danger, so I chose another path. Yun Nuashing scratched her head and continued the topic, but she suddenly showed a bitter smile. But for a 15-year-old child at the time, I couldn't leave that place and go to another city no matter what I did. So I could only stay and continue to do my own thing and continue to change myself. Then all kinds of gossip spread, ingrate, heartless, forgetting one's roots. Well, I just came out of nowhere, so where did my roots come from? If you want to find my ancestors, go talk to the primordial environment yourself. Ahem, I'm just complaining. After all, I lived there for a few years and was taken care of by many people for a while. Everyone was pretty good at that time. But I didn't expect that everything would change after this incident. As I said just now, most people wanted to return to that comfortable life. The city itself probably also maintained that attitude. And even if they wanted to change it, they couldn't change it. Sigh, I also wanted to live and work in peace there. I didn't have to think about anything for the rest of my life. Just do something leisurely and don't have to worry about food and clothing for 100 years. When I was done, I could just throw up my hands and collapse, and I didn't have to go through any storms. How happy would that be? But the sense of danger in my head was so strong that I couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Besides, at that time, the 7 or 8 cities that we had frequent communication with would always bring us some bad news. I hoped that the people there would be alert, although it didn't work in the end. I'm one of the very few people who take their words seriously and take clear actions to change themselves. Let's not talk about things in advance. It's never wrong to change yourself and make yourself better. Since that day, I've been competing with myself. I tried my best not to care about those words. I could ignore most of them and pretend that I didn't hear them at the moment. But after hearing too much of it, I still felt uncomfortable. I had to compete with myself for a long time before I could pretend that nothing had happened. As for that important bad news, Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui, and the latter immediately understood. Oh, it started. The outsiders who caused trouble during the recovery period first appeared in the 40th era, in the early and middle stages. Si Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. They appeared so early? Oh, they were forcefully produced by the environment of other people. You can think of them as a special fighting race. The early and middle stages of the 40th era may not sound that long, but the time had really passed by trillions, trillions, and trillions of years. Beginner God and the first 3 stages of the rebirth realm were already everywhere. After all, it was the center of the upper plane. But there was not a single life after the first 3 stages. It was still the recovery period, and the rules had not been adjusted and fixed. And then, Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky, and then the 121 cities in that region were all reduced to ashes. I was also reduced to ashes. Everyone was speechless. Well, that is to say, 3-4 years after we broke away from that place and communicated with the outside world, that incident happened. A large group of outsiders took advantage of the fact that another group of outsiders was having a carnival in the ultimate plain region and landed in our place. Then they razed that region to the ground. Yun Nuashing shrugged and lamented. Sigh, at that time I was surrounded and beaten by tens of thousands of people. Even if I had some strength, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. My arms were broken, my legs were swollen, my netherworld ruin sword was sent flying, and my teeth were broken from clenching them. In the end, I was reduced to ashes. Everyone was speechless. Why did it sound so strange? We could not help but say, You also have a time when you were surrounded and beaten to the point of being unable to stand up. Yun Nuashing's face twitched, and her face darkened. Damn it! In order to prevent this from happening again, my attacks are all wide range, as wide as I want them to be. If you King gang up on me again, I will reduce all of you to ashes in 3 seconds. Everyone was speechless because of the psychological trauma from being ganged up on. All her subsequent attacks were of the wide-range, destructive type. In the name of King origin and chaos, what's the point of fighting one-on-one? I will use the 3 forms of nothingness to clear the area. If 1 time is not enough, then I will do it 4 or 5 times in a minute. I will use all my wide-range destructive skills according to the rhythm of a war song. No one will be able to escape unscathed. Everyone was speechless. They found the reason why this guy liked to use wide-range destructive skills indiscriminately. It turned out that it was because of his childhood trauma, because he was afraid of being ganged up on. he was always ganging up on a group of people. You know what happened after that. Because I was ganged up on and killed once, but it was just a normal death. I did not enter the path of reincarnation. Not long after I died, I probably returned to my original form and then dispersed. After a few years, when it was almost the 41st era, I ran to the ultimate plane region and came back to life. Once again, underpants fell from the sky. This time, I became even smaller, turning into a 7 or 8-year-old child. Then, we could not help but say, Maple Forest, 3 feet of white silk. Yun Nuashing's face was ferocious. What AF * king, ghost story. See, you was suddenly very curious. Little star, what was your name at that time? Oh, I forgot. Moderate collapse is considered as, well, it's a moderate situation for me when I was in a daze. I can still remember a lot of things. However, in this life where I died prematurely, this part of memory was slowly retrieved after I ascended to the reincarnation state. Although I can remember a lot of things, I also forgot a lot of things, including my name. Well, according to my habit, I will name whatever I see when I open my eyes. I think it might be related to mountains, woods, water, or something like that. At that time, I was still small. I was small, and the world I saw was small too. A city that was hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide, with tens of billions of people, was actually the situation of a world. Being trapped in it was actually like being trapped in a small star in another world and unable to break free. Billions of people could talk about eras, so could tens of billions of people or even trillions of people, with countless worlds and the boundless void as the pattern. However, that was the matter of high-level life forms. Different levels of life forms talked about different eras. Just like that time when they were shouting about this era every day. I didn't see them doing anything other than shouting. They were still content with the status quo and had no intention of changing it. They didn't really return to a closed state, and their connection with the other cities had never been cut off. It was just very confusing. Although I knew what was in their minds, it was still confusing. The beginning of the second life was not fun either. There were all kinds of trivial things. After all, it was a turbulent period, and all kinds of things were floating around. As he spoke, he raised his head and heaved a long sigh. That's why I said that the torrent of the times is the torrent of the times. The torrent also has its priorities. It's not bad to find the important trend and go with the flow. It's good to avoid the deadly gravel and big wood in the water. If someone picks up a piece of wood in the water and throws it at my face, I'll kick it away. It's simple and neat. There's not so much nonsense. It's just people who trap themselves in it. They talk nonsense and have double and multiple standards. In the end, they refuse to admit it. Since you don't have the ability to evaporate the water, you can just turn around and swim against the current or just stand by and watch. What's wrong with going with the flow? But since you've already chosen to go with the flow and become one of them, you're just making things difficult for yourself if you don't want to admit your mistakes. It's fine if you're just torturing yourself. But why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Tell me, what's the meaning of this? Why don't these people point their fingers and say something? It's really disgusting. I admit it. I've never settled down since the beginning. I've toiled and tormented myself to death. Let them say whatever they want. If the speaker is dead, it's as if he never said anything. If I'm conflicted, I'll just take a brick and smash it on my head. If I'm conflicted, I'll just kill those who are talking. Yun Nuashing sighed faintly. I'm also a silly person when I'm arguing with silly people. After all, I can't see or hear anything. I just want to tear them apart. Look at this rhythm of light, this beautiful light. My blade, the little angel, pounced on him and pinned him to the bench with her wings. This is someone else's house. You can't tear it apart. We looked at Maple, who was pinned to the bench. He shook his head and sighed. You've been holding a grudge for a long time. There's no cure for it. It's all your fault. Thank you for the compliment. No, it's not a compliment. Shuang Shuang sat next to him and looked down at him. She stared into his eyes. Do you still hate those people? I don't hate them. I just feel a little helpless and, phew, all right, I'm a little resentful. The more happy I was before, the more resentful I became later. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to pull her long hair, but the little angel held her back. I'll repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. I remember those people who took care of me. It's just that they turned against me before I came. After the real torrent of the times came, everything changed. I tried my best to do something in my own way without affecting or distorting the will of others. Even though I was rejected every time, and all kinds of bad things happened during that period, it's impossible to say that I'm not resentful. After all, I'm actually quite narrow-minded. I can have a gushing spring, but to turn around and pick up a knife, that's because I was completely annoyed. Fortunately, that didn't happen at that time. Even though I still protected them in the end, I couldn't stop the destruction from coming. After all, I was reduced to ashes. At that time, I didn't understand why things turned out this way. Now it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. After all, I'm not the one who died. It's not just about that time. It was just something that happened when I was young. Later, I wandered around the world for countless years. Didn't I often hear those people talking about the things of this era? Especially during the few eras of the recovery period when there were wars every day. Sigh. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. He sat up with the little angel in his arms and put her aside. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why are you talking about these old things? There are such people in every era and everywhere. I don't mean in this aspect. Even if it's in other aspects, they can say whatever they want. I'd be a fool to argue with them." While waiting for Lu Xiaoqiu to report to the Great Shrine, we finally knew about Maple's past. He had wanted to know for a long time, but he had never asked. He did not expect that he would suddenly mention it under such circumstances. Speaking of which, how much resentment did Maple have for this world? Even the slightest topic would be related to this. Didn't they just say that there might be some people with bad intentions in the Great Shrine? Well, when Maple talked about the past, most of it was filled with resentment. It seemed that it was not easy for him to walk alone all those years. His resentment was so strong, and now he acted like nothing had happened. At most, he would grumble a little when he encountered something. He was also a mysterious guy. It was fine to know these things. There was no need to delve too deeply into it. It was easy to get into trouble in the world of order if you delved too deeply into it. They waited for about half an hour before Lu Xiaoqiu came out of the great shrine. Looking at her in a hurry and her stiff face, it was not hard to imagine how long she had been in there. Sorry for the long wait. The gray-haired girl ran back and continued to talk to them with a stiff and serious face. I was asked to report in detail what happened, so it took a little longer. Hui groaned. You didn't tell them everything about us, did you? A little, but not in detail. I also added some embellishments. The gray-haired girl nodded slightly. Basically, we used the combat airship to fight them to the death. Now, the demonized are retreating to the north because of their injuries. The airship has also successfully received a new one. That also explains the crater in the ruins. The most important thing now is to spread the news to all the cities in the 3 regions. With this precedent, there is no guarantee that there will not be more of those people left behind. The northern and southern regions are still fine. After the central region lost the capital of God, the speed of transmission of news will be a little slower. Now, we have not decided where to place the new capital of God, but we don't need to do that. The 30,000 people back then. If the 30,000 people back then were not all dead, I'm afraid they would have been scattered all over the world. The Chaos Wasteland is such a huge area, and most of it is unexplored areas. It allows them to quietly transmit their power to any place and launch an attack anytime and anywhere. Plus, they can also control the demonized beings. Once a battle breaks out, every battle will be like a wave of endless impact on the city. Hui rubbed his chin back and forth with his hand. It's quite troublesome. If a battle really breaks out, they can launch an attack on all the positions in the world at the same time. With endless demonized beings, all the cities that have already turned into islands will be divided again, so that they can't unite with each other. They can only fight on their own. In the end, they will suddenly collapse because of the pressure threshold. Then, one by one, the cities will collapse and a large number of casualties will escape. If they can run, they will run, gather at the next place, and continue to fight until the last warrior falls. There is a way to easily resolve it. Yun Nuashing suddenly said, causing everyone to look at him. Then he looked at him and laughed dryly. Although this is a way that benefits both sides. Well, it's a way that benefits both sides. Everyone frowned with question marks on their faces. We glanced at his face for a while, then suddenly clapped his hands. You want to gather all of us together and fight as if it's a decisive battle, right? Yun Nuashing grinned and said, rather than being separated and defeated one by one, why don't we gather together? Well, I'm just mentioning it. In fact, the people who make the decisions are still the great temples of each city. Let them deal with it themselves. As long as the final result isn't too bad, it's fine. Now, just based on what we've said, other than us and those who have died in the destroyed capital of God, perhaps not many people know what the so-called demonized people are. They also don't know how dangerous they are, so they might not take the warning seriously. But it doesn't matter. When they are hurt, they will know what a crisis is. Lu Xiaoqiu scratched her cheek and said in a strange tone, I have a feeling that you have already predicted it in advance. No, you seem to be very familiar with this situation. You can even say how things can change and what might happen immediately. Have you been discussing it for a long time? Yun Nuashing's cheek twitched, and the others also smiled bitterly and said in unison, No, it's the experience of being beaten. Lu Xiaoqiu, ? After the matter was settled, the group continued their journey to Ningzhou City. This time they had reported the route in advance, so the gray-haired girl did not have to worry about not knowing where to die as she was worried. In fact, there was no need to worry about it, but it was her habit as a local, so they did not say much. Anyway, it was just a short time, and it did not delay them. This time, they did not need to stop on the way, and they could just go straight to Ningzhou City. However, because the journey was long, it still took some time, and it took them a whole 5 days to reach their destination. Ningzhou City was located in the northern part of the northern region, near the Chaos Devil Wilderness. The ruins were on the edge of the Chaos Devil Wilderness, but in fact it was still a long distance away, so they could rest assured. There was no information about big demons wandering in that place. At most, there were some small demonized creatures running around, but this was already a common thing. The Chaos Devil Wilderness mentioned here was not the huge wilderness area, but the Chaos Devil Wilderness that was located in the inner part of the northern region, which separated Thousand Ridge City from nearly 80% of the northern region. Thousand Ridge City was northwest of this Chaos Devil Wilderness, and Ningzhou City was southeast. Both of them were in the northern part of the northern region. As for the headquarters of the northern region, it was in the westernmost place. It was said that the manager of the headquarters of the northern region had been fighting in the Chaos Devil Wilderness for many years and had purified a considerable area. The northwest corner of the northern region looked like a swollen area because of this, but it was said that it was the result of many years of fighting. It seemed that the purification speed was indeed very slow. He did not know if the energy impact that accidentally burst out could speed up the purification speed. The northern region happened to be the direction that the group of demonized people were thrown to. According to the situation monitored by Little Qingzi and the others, the demonized people were currently cultivating in the sky above the Chaos Devil Wilderness. They had taken the impact of his nothingness go easy on them head-on. It was estimated that they would need a few days to adjust and rest. Otherwise, they would not be able to get out of bed and move around. Because the target happened to be in the Chaos Devil Wilderness outside the northern region, which was relatively close to the capital of God, and thinking about the explosion of the capital of God in the central region, he asked Little Qingzi to go to the manager of the capital of God in the northern region and tell them about the demonized people in the name of the capital of God in the southern region. They should listen, right? They should listen, right? There was nothing they could do if they did not listen. They would learn to be obedient after being beaten up. The layout of Ningzhou City was not different from that of Rock City. Well, actually, the layout of the cities in this world seemed to be the same. There was a lightning-chasing tower. Next to the lightning-chasing tower was the Great Shrine, and then there were various other buildings. For people like them who ran around in various cities, if they went to 2 more places, they might get mixed up because they were all carved out of the same template. Even if they moved the Great Shrine's location, it would be considered as the architect's effort. After settling the airship in the southern tower's dock, they set off towards the ruins outside the city. The tide of clouds and fog, that's what the intelligence said. I thought it was an embellishment, but I didn't expect. The group set foot outside the ruins and looked up at the dense and thick cloud layer in front of them that was extremely close to the ground. There was also the sound of crashing waves in their ears. We could not help but mutter. I didn't expect it to be an embellishment. The clouds were thick and solid. The top of the clouds was as white as snow under the brilliant sunlight. The texture of the clouds was similar to that of compressed cotton, and it felt like one could run 2 steps on it. At the bottom, close to the ground, there was a thin layer of fog. Although it was white in color, it was slightly dark. It was impossible to tell whether it was clouds or fog. Outside this area of clouds and fog, there was a group of white-robed Grand Temple warriors on duty. When they saw the group approaching, they put on expressions as if they were ready to speak. Lu Xiaoqiu went over and presented the identification of the members of the Great Shrine. The warriors let them pass. The prepared lines of expulsion could only be changed to a reminder. The extent of the changes in the ruins is getting bigger by the day. Some explorers have gone missing. The Great Shrine has also set this area as a restricted area. Please be careful when you are exploring. Chapter 1984. The fog and the sea of clouds surged, and the sound of the wind miraculously disappeared. What echoed around them was the sound of a heavy object crushing the ground and space. It was like the roar of thunder mixed with the sound of waves, which made them feel like they were walking on the coast in the middle of the night. The thunder and lightning in the high sky made the muffled sound of thunder passing down after a long time. There was no wind, but the waves hit the shore and made a crashing sound. If there were flashes of light here from time to time, it would be more appropriate. When I was struck by lightning, it happened when I was walking in the scene you described. At that time, I got an afro. Gu Zhongming couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ning Fei, who was nagging. Since then, I woke up. Good boy, don't go out in the weather like strong wind and heavy rain. Something big will happen. Everyone. This was the thunder that made him understand. Looking at his expression now, he was enlightened. The area hidden in the fog and the sea of clouds was not all relics. A considerable part of the space was actually normal ground, but ordinary ground swallowed by the diffusion of the clouds and fog. They couldn't feel any obvious water vapor or humidity in this white place. After walking for about 10 minutes, they saw something else. In the fog, there was a pillar made of stone bricks. It looked very new. The gaps between the bricks were not covered with moss and all kinds of plants to show that it had been here for countless years. But from the aura of time, it was indeed sitting here for a long time. About 7 million years, I guess. Yun Nuashing stroked the surface of the stone pillar for a while, and her colorful eyes flashed. There are traces of energy scouring, so there are no signs of life left by the passage of time. Traces of energy scouring. Energy refers to this cloud and fog. Hui shook his arm in the space and saw Feng nodding in response. He tried to condense the cloud and fog in the palm of his hand. After a while, he frowned. What kind of energy is this? The power of consciousness and will. Can't you feel it? Everyone shook their heads hard. No, I can't feel it at all. Yun Nuashing stared blankly for a moment and frowned. That's strange. This is indeed the power of will. It's much stronger than the power of will in the Light Chaser Tower and the Demon Cleansing Stone on top of the main hall before I injected my energy into it. In the previous generation before the destruction, there should have been quite a number of people who had mastered powerful will. It's also very pure. How do you know that there are many people? Hui was confused and bewildered. Yun Nuashing took 2 steps, went around the thick pillar, and pointed to the back. The scene of clouds and fog had not dissipated, but they could barely see stone pillars in the fog, disorderly placed on the ground in front of them and tilted to the left and right as if they had experienced an earthquake. The solid quality of the pillars prevented them from shattering, but the foundation was damaged, so they tilted and collapsed. There were 2 pillars, one on the left and one on the right, which supported each other in midair when they fell, forming a triangular door. The power of will on these pillars was left by different people. I have roughly sensed that there should be more than 100 people's power of will. From the degree of the residual power, I can't tell how strong the original body was. But to be able to leave such a strong aura after 7 million years, and even spread out, the original body should be strong to a certain level, similar to your level. Also, I can see that there are a lot of them. After that, he added in the soul message, most of the aura left are at the beginner level of the premier level. Almost all of them are the power of will. Everyone listened and said, "Oh!" Siyu leaned over and stretched out her fingers to dig at the cracks, not knowing if she was trying to dig out the bricks. So the fog and clouds here are caused by the energy leakage of these pillars. Part of the reason, to be more precise, Yun Nuashing turned his head, and his gaze moved past the pillars to a place where he could not see anything clearly. There are other things that have been affected as well, and they are releasing this energy. The degree of its spread seems to be larger, and more than 70% of the consciousness in the air is being released by it. After that, he walked over to the girl who destroyed the relics and put her under his armpit and carried her away. "Stop digging. This thing is very solid. Unless you destroy the whole thing, you won't be able to dig out a single brick. After millions of years, it still has such a strong defense. The craftsmanship is pretty good. If we dig it back to the city and stuff a demon cleansing stone in it, the barrier will probably be able to make the demonized life forms weak." The craftsmanship of the previous generation. Lu Xiaoqiu heard and sighed softly, shaking her head. "We all have the same idea, but we can't really make good use of it. Some of the relics of the previous generation even lost all their energy and effect after leaving the ruins. Oh, in that case it should be because of the limitation of the power of will." Yun Nuashing led everyone around the pillars that were lying on the ground. As they walked quickly into the depths of the ruins, he explained, "The power of will is pretty fun. It can be used to set up a lot of fun functions. Let's take what you just said as an example. Turning the place into a barrier. I'm just giving an example. This may be one of the reasons why it can work in the ruins and lose its effect after leaving." Lu Xiaoqiu was a little confused. "I don't get it. Then let me break it down again. Let's assume that the ruins itself is the biggest energy source and the biggest barrier, and this pillar is just an extension of the ruins itself. It inherits part of the energy of the ruins itself and exerts the power of will through the condition of being an extension of the main body. In that case, all we need to do is to destroy its condition and it will lose its effect. It is just a pillar. As for the degree of extension, whether it is a physical extension or an extension of energy, it depends on the specific situation." Sui Qing also explained from the side, "The power of will is often used to set up simple conditions to achieve a certain degree of effect. It only needs simple conditions to achieve a powerful effect. But to put it in detail, the conditions provided by the body are the root of the effect. The power of will is just one way to exert it. For us, it is another way to exert power." She put the latter part of her words in the soul message and continued, "The power of will is complementary to other ways of exerting power. For example, order can be used in a simple way. Just like command attack, it is very simple to make the power of order achieve a certain situation. But due to its nature of simplification, the conditions cannot be set too complicated. For example, the net of order and origins. Yun Nuashing added with a smile. It contains endless power of will, just like the obsession of the heavenly god of origin and the others, to guard order and destroy chaos. But that is not all. The energy and types of power contained within the net of order and origins should cover all energies and powers that could be born within order, including concept, nothingness, and origin. The power of will in the net of order and origins is the simplest and most stable condition. Those 8 short words define everything in the void, a command left by the highest will, mixed with the endless energy within. Even chaos concept bodies in the void of order have to obey that rule. Doesn't that mean we need to use the power of will as well? Hui suddenly wanted to slap himself in the head. No, I haven't used it before, but I have trained. Yun Nuashing frowned and said helplessly, I don't use it much either. I only use it occasionally. But it doesn't matter. You guys can use the power that you're using frequently until you can tear down the underworld. Willpower and whatnot are not essential for now. Everyone agreed that it was quite difficult. Things like increasing power need to be done little by little, and you must choose the path that guarantees the highest efficiency and the fastest speed. In your case, the path of mastery is the fastest and most effective path, at least before you ascend to the higher premier. You know this better than I do. You are not a child when it comes to energy. I don't think you will go overboard at this time. In fact, these things need to be done instinctively and will not fall behind. It is already engraved in the origin of structure, so there is nothing to worry about. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh and said, Therefore, the types of energy and the forms of energy require a lot of time and effort, and only after a long time can the path be effective. It is either because there is a special situation that must be solved first, or like me, the main path has been cut off and I have no other way. But in order to continue moving forward, I have no choice but to walk on this path. I have to use all kinds of methods that are very painful, torturous to reach the limits of each path, and the efficiency is very low. It is a different story for the origin god and the others. So, you have been working on the deep exploration of self-breakthrough recently, right? We suddenly felt a little interested. What are you doing now? Tell me about it for reference. It is nothing more than dealing with the origin of structure, origin energy, source power, and source form. You know that I have just found my essence, so I naturally put most of my mind on the path of essence. If I want to use the source power to stimulate the origin of structure and accelerate the discovery of essence, I first have to figure out what I am. It is okay if I don't figure it out, but I have to know what I am used for or what I can do. Since it is related to the source, I have to research in this direction. When the source power matures, I will follow the steps of self-breakthrough that I have done before, such as using the source power and the origin energy to work together, and then using the two to strengthen the rules of structure, laws, and divinity. You've already made yourself colorful, and you're still trying to dye yourself. You've made yourself look like a big moth, and you're still evolving here. What do you want to make yourself look like? We couldn't help but smile bitterly. Seeing Maple grimacing helplessly, he continued, What about the rest of your thoughts? The rest of it is related to my trump cards, the Staff of Creation, the Staff of Origins, the Energy Tower, the Holy Temple of Origins, the Fortress of Origins. Of course, the most important thing for me is naturally the Sea of Energy. Yun Nuashing shrugged and suddenly showed a playful smile. Do you still remember the 600 billion stars in the Sea of Energy? Oh, I remember. It is the ultimate trump card to deal with the underworld. It allows you to reach the pseudo-high-tier origin form when the Sea of Energy is fully activated and ignited. The phantom of that form is still beating up his own people in the tower in the Fortress of Origins. Hui nodded, stroking his chin as he muttered, and suddenly felt that something was not right. Maple, I remember you said not long ago that the sea of energy only has 70 or 80, no, 7 or 8 million world orbs. Did I hear wrongly? Or did you have a bad mouth? Ah, you remember. I didn't have a brain cramp. You didn't hear wrongly either. Did you notice anything when I said that? Yun Nuashing grinned, covering her cheek with one hand and smiling sweetly. Seeing that everyone was shaking their heads with weird expressions, she smiled even more brightly. I blew up all 600 billion. Everyone was speechless. They suspected that they had heard wrongly and that their ears were not working well. You didn't hear wrongly. Listen to me and you will understand. The special world orbs are completely preserved in the environment of the sea of energy and are continuously affected before being beaten back into energy form and condensed again. The newly condensed world orbs would inherit the special and characteristics of the previous condensed world orbs, and on top of that, they would be mixed with more void concept fragments and more origin energy to change the structural core, roots, and rules. In other words, they would be further strengthened, and it sounds like purification. Everyone was speechless. Can't this lunatic just stop for a moment? I'm not messing around. Remember the world core recirculation. That thing is the most perfect world core I can make, but that level of creation is clearly not enough. So I treated the world core and the world orbs as a special, extra-large creation, allowing them, inscribed with Frost's rules and origin energy, to change as they dissolve and condense again and again. The world orbs and the world core must have reached the end for me. But the collision of materials with materials happens in a series of environments where we have yet to find the upper limits of the void concept fragments, origin environments in first light. In other words, what I am creating this time is not the limit of what I can create, but the limit of what the environment can create. It would not exceed or reach the level of the origin creation, but it is much better than me doing it myself. Because the road ahead is broken, we can't find the way and we don't have any information. So we left these things to them to deal with themselves. Hui muttered for a while, and his eyes drifted to the origin girl. Thanks to you for being able to gather so many conditions. True, but there would be an end to this, and this step would be repeated 8 more times. When that happens, my trump card, the Sea of Energy, would also reach its limit. Also, I could directly create the highest level of world orbs without having to repeatedly fuse, create, and fuse each time. However, using only one world orb to do this sometimes does not go well, with all sorts of accidents happening. It would either not strengthen much, or the form after strengthening would be unstable, which is why I have to rely on sheer numbers, as if gambling on luck. Unfortunately, if I could use concept class power, I would have been able to raise it a little. Those 8 times have already taken into account every factor at hand, including origin energy, origin rules, and energy sources. It is fixed at this level, unable to go any further. The whole process will take hundreds of millions of years. Hopefully, I can find the material that can make it go further before then. The little angel looked at his twinkling eyes, and probably telepathically, she could guess what he was thinking. You have your eyes on the will of this world. Oh, I do have a similar idea. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. Just like what I said earlier, we have only cultivated the will and have not used it much. I am no exception. Although it is not impossible to open a new path and do it myself, the results may be quite average. So I have not too much trouble on this path. But after seeing the situation of this world, I have a little idea. For now, it is just an idea, and I don't know if there is something that I want, something specific, just like the will crystal that I condensed that day. It would be better if I could give it to the Creator to make, but the material is not enough. After bypassing a large number of collapsed pillars, the ground suddenly changed from mud to yellow bricks, the color of which was the same as the pillars. After walking around a large number of collapsed pillars, the ground suddenly changed from mud to yellow bricks, the color of which was the same as the pillars. After walking up to this place, there were no more collapsed pillars in front of them. The clouds and fog became thicker, and it was almost impossible to see beyond 3 meters. Their senses were also blocked by this strange will of will. If they wanted to break through the blockade, they would need to make some noise. What is this ruin for? Is there nothing here? Siyu jumped to Lu Xiaoqiu's side, grabbed her arm, and asked curiously, Xiaoqiu, have you seen other ruins? Have you learned anything about them? Ruins. The gray-haired girl frowned slightly and shook her head. I only know that they are all things left behind by the previous generation. Many of the specific details are a black curtain that cannot be touched. The part that I know, well, I need to see it to be able to distinguish. There is nothing that I can recognize here for the time being. It was a normal thing. After all, it was a gap in information and inheritance. For example, if they did not see Sui Qing and Xiao Shi, the second-generation inheritors, they probably would not understand the things of the previous era, such as the origin creation. The fog seemed to be a little thinner. Not sure if it was an illusion. Yun Nuoxing's eyes suddenly froze in front of her. She waved her hand to alert everyone and gathered the rhythm of light in her hand. What is it? Be careful. A black shadow appeared in the thin fog. Judging by their sight, it might be something solid that was 5 or 6 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters wide. Because this place could even block perception, they could not determine whether the black shadow was a creature or a building. Lu Xiaoqiu was also alert for a while. Suddenly, she thought of something. I know. Don't be alert. That is the gate of the ruin. Everyone who was ready to fight and sink this place into the void was stunned. They said in unison, Door! Yes, this should be an underground ruin. That is why there is nothing on the surface. The gray-haired girl chuckled and nodded. She looked around and pointed with her jade-like finger. This is the square where the gate is located. Those pillars should be some kind of defense to stop outsiders, a barrier. But millions of years have passed, and they only have energy left. They can no longer support the defense, so we can easily come here. Yun Nuoxing replied with an "Oh," waved his hand and threw an energy crystal at the black shadow in front of him. The crystal hit the black shadow and made a muffled sound, allowing him to judge clearly. He gave everyone a thumbs up. For now, it's not alive, it can't move, and it doesn't have any automatic defense. The gray-haired girl's mouth twitched. Everyone quickened their pace and came to where the gate was. They raised their heads and looked in front of them. Their judgment just now was wrong. It was obviously a gate that was 10 meters tall and 20 meters wide. However, from the outside, it looked more like a truncated passageway. There were only 3 walls at the top, left and right. The gate in front of them was wide open, and inside it was a staircase that led downwards. Just as the gray-haired girl had said, it was a ruin buried underground. We have to go underground again. Siyu's pretty face had a bitter expression. Why do we have to go underground everywhere? Lu Xiaoqiu was stunned. Have you been to many ruins buried underground? No, no, no. This is the first time we have seen a ruin. It is just that. He covered his head and smiled bitterly. It is just a little special experience. When we were running to other places, we would often be accidentally pressed into the ground. Yes, accidents, all accidents. The gray-haired girl shuddered and looked at Feng Ling with tears in her eyes. Don't make any accidents. It is not easy to clean up an accident in the ruin. I don't like accidents. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Unfortunately, the number 1 thing in the void and the number 1 prophet in the void were together. It was impossible for nothing to happen even if you did not want to. If the origin and chaos mess did not come out halfway, it would be because they were in a good mood that they did not act up. The gray-haired girl seemed to have sensed something from the atmosphere and expressions of the crowd. She suddenly sighed and her green eyes lost their glow. I seem to have smelled the scent of an accident. Ah, it seems that no matter what happens, it won't be an accident at all. Yun Nuoxing grimaced. This is really not something we can control. But even if there is an accident, we will protect you. You can rest assured. Lu Xiaoqiu sighed faintly. But too much worry and fear will leave a psychological shadow. My mind has been flying up and down in the sky and on the ground recently. Everyone, there is nothing we can do about this. Usually when they go out to do things, it would be an ordinary start, the process of heaven and earth shattering, the way of the void annihilation, and the end result safe and sound. It would not be an accident if they did not do something that could destroy the world in the middle. The passageway went straight underground. At first, it was just a long, sloping staircase, but after a few minutes, it turned into a spiral staircase that led straight underground. They had been walking down the staircase for more than 10 minutes, and the energy beacon left at the door told them that they were indeed moving, and not some kind of trap. They thought that they were moving forward, but in fact, they were just walking in the same place. The cloud and fog did not emerge from the passageway, so they would not slip and roll all the way down the stairs if they were not careful. But this seemingly endless staircase was also ridiculously long. It felt like they had dug through the ground. Oh, it seemed like it was possible. This was a world the size of a light cluster. Even if they dug for tens of millions of light years, they might not be able to dig through the ground. But they were worried that if they continued to go deeper, they would encounter. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. Both of them knew that when they peeped into the depths of the earth, they knew that the underground of this world was like a 1,000-layer cake. There was something like a curtain that existed in the depths of the earth to hide something, isolating the earth layer by layer. They went deep down the stairs very slowly, but now that they had been walking for almost half an hour, they should be about to encounter the first curtain, right? But before they encountered something, Yun Nuashing glanced at Siyuna. The girl was a little bored and wanted to do something. "Oh, we're here." Shuang Shuang's sudden exclamation made everyone shake off their slightly bored mood. They saw that the spiral staircase had become flat ground, and a small section of the passageway stood in front of them. At the end of the passageway, not far ahead, there was a layer of light, curtain blocking the door. Everyone used their own methods to confirm that there was no danger and immediately quickened their pace. Hui volunteered to run a step faster, rushed behind the light curtain, and then shouted, "It's okay. Come in. It's just that this place is a bit of a wow." "What does wow mean?" Yun Nuashing scratched her cheeks and muttered as she led everyone to walk over. Then they fixed their eyes on the front and could not help but be stunned. After passing through the light curtain, there was no golden light or any other energy phenomenon. It was just a thin layer of energy curtain, which was used to block vision and at the same time block the light inside. Deep in the ground, there was a huge hall made purely of crystals. The style was exactly the same as the square and pillars on the ground. Bricks were arranged side by side, but these bricks were all made of crystals. They were not made of purifying magic stone or magic crystal stone, but a kind of crystal that contained a huge power of will. It was the same kind of will crystal that they knew, but the form and structure were different. This kind of will crystal was obviously much more powerful. The hall itself had its own light source, which was as bright as the sun. The light source was in the sky, which was reflected from the entire ceiling, allowing them to see the structure of the hall clearly. The floor was arranged with crystals, and there were thousands of square stone pillars, which were thousands of feet high, densely arranged in an orderly manner, as if supporting the entire underground hall. The floor, walls, ceiling, and stone pillars were all made of the same kind of crystal, and there was no trace of any information left on the crystal pillars. "This underground is very big." Xiao Shi pointed into the distance and said, "It extends out very far into a vast underground space." "These pillars." Yun Nuashing approached the nearest pillar and patted it a few times. Then she walked around the pillar, which was about 10 meters long, and lowered her head to think for a moment. "It's a bit like an energy source. They are still in an active state, constantly absorbing energy and continuously going." He looked at the place that Xiao Shi pointed at and said, "This part of the energy is sent to the deepest part, through the ceiling and the ground." Energy source. Lu Xiaoqiu frowned as she looked at the pillars. Is it because they were suddenly activated and sent some kind of energy into the depths that caused the abnormality on the outside? Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, "It has been more than 7 million years, and they have never stopped." Everyone said, "Oh ho!" The poor girl's face suddenly turned pale, and she looked like she was about to cry. She kept muttering, "Something big has happened again," and "I want to go back," which was really pitiful. Leaving a statue there as a decoration for more than 7 million years, and leaving it as a relic of the previous generation for more than 7 million years were obviously not the same thing. The latter was obviously telling everyone that this was a matter of life and death, although they did not know what was in the deepest part of the ruins. This kind of thing was enough to alert them. Energy source. Things of the previous generation, among all the things that I have seen, are related to the ruins and the energy source. Well, first of all, excluding the lightning-chasing tower and the Grand Temple, the energy source of the previous generation seems to be different from ours. They did not use the demon cleansing stone. The gray-haired girl was gloomy for a while before she recovered and said softly, "Oh, this is obvious at a glance. The energy source of the previous generation is obviously more powerful than the demon cleansing stone." Yun Nuashing nodded and looked around. Maybe the time just happened to reach a certain point, and it just happened to cause the changes in the entire ruin. Well, from what we know so far, the core of the entire ruin may be this underground hall, and the unknown object in the depths of the hall. No matter what it is, it must be something big for it to accumulate energy here for 7 million years. Yun Nuashing clenched his fists and turned around to walk towards the deepest part of the ruins. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the pillar at the side. His movement was so loud that everyone followed his gaze and turned their gazes. They saw nothing. "Wait for me. What the hell is that over there? Please wait a minute." When everyone saw him rush out after shouting, they immediately understood that he must have met that shadow of the past again. Furthermore, he was so agitated that he used charge and slide kick. Yes, his entire body was sliding out. The skid marks left behind by him were 10 meters away. It was quite comical to look at. Chapter 1985. The white shadow wandering in front of the pillar saw a colorful figure gliding past it like the wind. The speed was so fast that it could not react. It stopped subconsciously and turned its head a few seconds later. It saw the colorful light coming back quickly. When it saw that the figure deliberately stopped in front of it and stared at it, the light on its body could not help but flicker. "You can see me?" It was still a voice made of energy, but the voice of this shadow was a little higher in pitch, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Ah, yes, I can see you. I have something to ask you. Wait, you won't suddenly run away when you say underpants, right?" Yun Nuashing said hurriedly. The white shadow paused for a moment. Just when she thought it was going to disappear with the underpants, it suddenly said, "Strange pronunciation, strange way of speaking. Please don't use meaningless words and syllables. Briefly explain your purpose of coming. You seem to have seen us before?" Yun Nuashing was stunned by the rigid statement. She scratched her head and said, "I have seen the other one. We talked for a while and then disappeared." "Ahem, what is this place? What is this place doing? Have you seen anyone else who came in the past 2 days? They seem to have disappeared here." Probably because it threw out all the questions in one breath, it paused again. It was as if its thinking process had short-circuited and it was trying to deal with a few questions by force. After a while, it raised its finger and pointed to the deepest part of the hall. "Go there and you will understand. You who can see us can understand everything here. Go." Yun Nuashing. It was as good as not saying anything. "I just happened to come back to take a look. I didn't see anyone else here, but there is a breath of life deep in the hall of consciousness. Maybe it is the person you are looking for. There's not much time left. If you had come here earlier, we might have been able to talk a little. Then goodbye, stranger." The white shadow in front of him said a lot of words, and without saying a word, he turned into a large mass of light particles and disappeared in a few seconds. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. They had just talked here for a minute, but what was the difference between that and not talking at all? Go to the west. There are more traces of the past. Although I don't know what you're looking for. Since you can see us, perhaps you can learn something from the traces of the past. Perhaps you can learn something that we've forgotten. I wish you good luck. If you see any of your compatriots, please send my regards. All right, before he left, he more or less gave him a bit of information. Heading west, he felt that it shouldn't be the west of these 3 great regions. Perhaps he had to cross the Chaos Devil Wilderness from the west and leave these 3 great regions to go to other places. But he didn't say how far west it was. However, I just happened to come back and take a look at this story. Oh my God, why does it sound so horrifying? Could it be that each of these former Shadow Lords had a unique skill that allowed them to rise from the coffin? How was it? How was it? Seeing Maple walking back with a slightly depressed expression while scratching his head, Hui immediately came forward and asked. Yun Nuashing glanced at them and saw that everyone was very interested. She sighed and muttered, "He asked me to go and see for myself. He said that I'll know when I see it." Then he pointed me in the direction of the west, but he didn't say how far west it was. I feel like he didn't say anything. Hui scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Other than pointing me in the direction of the west, he basically didn't say anything. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and nodded. It seemed that not all of the former Shadow Lords were as easy to talk to as the one she saw last time. It probably had something to do with the time. He mentioned that he didn't have time, otherwise they could have chatted for a while. The west. Lu Xiaoqiu quickly recalled the map of the northern region and whispered softly, "The west is related to the former Shadow Lords. That is, things related to the ruins. There doesn't seem to be anything." The west, he said, may not necessarily be the west, you know. Yun Nuashing looked at her and said. She blinked a few times, and the index finger of her right hand moved in circles in the air. For example, the west, or something further west. Yes, it's what you think. The gray-haired girl's pretty face turned pale in an instant. Hui also understood and added, "Didn't you plan to cross the Chaos Demonic Wilderness or do something to the Chaos Demonic Wilderness? Now, there's an opportunity in front of you." The gray-haired girl finally confirmed that what they said was what she was thinking. Her pretty face turned even paler, and her lips trembled. That, I don't mean to cross the Chaos Demonic Wilderness with the scale of a small team like this. But, it's a matter of strength. Don't worry. Hui waved his hand nonchalantly and led everyone deeper into the underground hall. He laughed as he walked. Your fear is all due to the lack of firepower. But don't worry, and don't be afraid. Just trust us. Of course, we haven't known each other for long, so you might not know. He paused, and as his body floated forward, he turned to look at Maple beside her and grinned. Maybe you don't know what kind of explosive is following you. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Why did it seem like other than the gray-haired girl, everyone else in this place was a void-class high-yield explosive? Well, he was just a little more high-yield. Wake up. The explosives are sealed and locked. Locked my ass. Last time, that guy had his back to you for so long, and you unlocked it yourself. If something really happened, I'm sure you'd do it faster than anyone else. Nonsense. I rarely have a backup plan. I have a suggestion. Siyu suddenly raised her hand, and everyone turned to look at her. She grinned and pulled Shuang's arm, while Mei Mao kept staring at the observer. Let little star flatten the chaos wasteland in front of Xiaoqiu and fly across. You won't be afraid then, right? Everyone thought that it was feasible, and then turned to look at the gray-haired girl. The girl's eyes were dead. It seemed that she still could not accept the shocking topic they were talking about. No one in this world would dare to joke about the chaos wasteland. Everyone treated it as an untouchable land of death, and weak mortals would never return from it. So, they were talking about how to cross the chaos wasteland without any scruples. It was too much of a shock to the gray-haired girl. However, the girl came back to her senses in less than 2 minutes. They were probably done with the stimulation. The girl's stun time was getting shorter and shorter, and her worldview was probably shattered. Soon, she would not be surprised by the phenomenon caused by them fighting or doing anything out of the ordinary. Well, it was fine. By then, even if the girl was scared to death, it would not delay them. As long as it was not something that suddenly hit them on the head, they could handle it. It was not a problem to take a little, normal person wandering in the wind and rain. Besides, it was not the first time they did this. Every time, it was scary but not dangerous. Scary but not dangerous was a common thing. Blowing a gust of wind and rain. One would get used to it. It was definitely not because it was fun to break other people's worldview. The gray-haired girl shuddered, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. I suddenly have an inexplicable fear. Hey, why are you all looking away? Everyone laughed dryly, waved their hands, and said in unison, "It's okay, nothing happened." There were only rows of crystal pillars in the Hall of Consciousness. The whole underground hall was used to arrange these things to gather energy. The degree of energy reaction was the same, but the deeper they went, they could feel that the energy in the space was gradually increasing. Such a huge energy array was rare, and it had been running continuously for more than 7 million years. It was not hard to imagine that something terrible was going on in the depths of the hall, but they could only find out what was going on when they got there. After 15 minutes of unhurried footsteps, the space in front of them finally changed. The hall seemed to have shrunk into a passageway that led to an even larger space. Its cross-section was more than 10 times larger than its original size. When they walked out of the passageway, they immediately saw 7 energy crystal pillars that were extraordinarily huge. They were still square-shaped energy pillars, but they were enlarged versions of the pillars in the hall that had turned into a passageway behind them. They were like walls that separated the front from the back. Looking past these pillars, there was another vast hall. There were no more pillars on the ground, and at the end of the line of sight, there was a large silver door with gold inlaid at the end of the hall. "Phone, you feel it, right?" We entered defensive mode and led the way past the 7 pillars into the spacious hall. His eyes were fixed on the door, and his expression was a little serious. "I think there is no one here who can't feel it." Yun Nuashing responded casually, her eyes fixed on the door, the energy source of the entire underground building. All the gathered energy poured into the back of the door, and there was no intention to hide it at all. From the moment they saw the door, they could feel a pure sense of oppression brought by an extremely huge amount of energy. Yun Nuashing immediately looked back at Lu Xiaoqiu. She saw that her face was full of fear, but she was forcing herself to be calm. She thought for a moment and said to the little angel, "Girl, you go and look after her." "Oh," the little angel replied. While the gray-haired girl was still in a daze, she stretched out her wings and wrapped the gray-haired girl like a roll and flew up with her. Looking at the gray-haired girl wrapped in a wing, Hui laughed dryly, looked up at the door, and said to Feng, "Now open the door." "No." Yun Nuashing shook her head, raised her hand, and condensed a ball of white energy, which made everyone's eyes widen. "I'll smash the door directly." Boom! Hui heard her words, but before he could put up his shield, a ball of brilliant white flame had already exploded in front of the door. The energy shock waves slapped on their faces, and the sudden explosion was really unexpected. They didn't even have a shield, and the storm blew their faces and hair straight to the back. Let's go and see what's going on inside." Yun Nuashing ignored everyone's cursing expression and pushed Hui forward. When everyone was about to follow, a sudden surge of powerful energy shocked everyone, and they subconsciously turned their heads to look at the former. No, I didn't. I just blew it up, and the movement came from inside." Yun Nuashing shook her head vigorously and waved her hand to disperse the smoke and dust in the storm. Everyone was stunned when they saw the thing that suddenly appeared in front of them. They thought for a moment and decided to enter combat mode, even if it was just for show. Dark light spread out from behind the door, slowly forming a layer of cracks in the space. The cold, demonic energy swept out from the inside of the door like a storm, and it was pitch black. Only when one tried their best to open their eyes could they see that there was a large cloud of smoke surging crazily inside the door. This thing's ability to attract hatred was really strong, and it always made them treat it as another thing. He dared to say that Blue Phoenix, Little Hour, and Sui Qing almost raised their hands to attack it. It was actually not its fault that it was ugly, but if it insisted on looking very similar to another thing, then sooner or later they would be confused and evaporated. In the cloud of demonic energy that was constantly surging, there seemed to be something huge moving. The sound of the door explosion had affected them who were guarding the door of hell. The demonic energy storm that spread out one step ahead of time had already hit them in the face, causing them to frown slightly. Such a dense demonic energy was the densest degree they had seen so far in this world, and it was more powerful than the demonic energy of the group of demonic people they had seen a few days ago. This demonic energy had already crossed the gap between the beginner and the intermediate level of the Yuansha realm, but from the looks of it, it should not be too far away. It seems that there is no movement for the time being. He put his shield aside and gestured to everyone with his chin. "Come, let's go in." Yun Nuashing turned her head to look behind her, and 2 seconds later, she turned her head back and sighed. Lu Xiaoqiu had decisively fainted. Even if they dragged her in, there would be no problem. They seemed to be in a very excited and fanatical state, and their ability to move suddenly became a lot stronger. They would also curiously come over to look at the group of people who were holding the barrier of order. They even suddenly gathered their strength and crashed into the barrier, causing the barrier to explode with energy and automatically counterattack, killing them instead. In their words, newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Well, for this group of unintelligent things, no matter what they saw, it was a very normal thing to rush up and take a bite. As for whether they would lose a few teeth or just disappear, they did not care about these. They did not have brains. But what made them feel a little strange was that when they were still in the chaos demon wilderness, as long as they held up the barrier of order, these demonic energies would retreat and not dare to come close. They did not know what was wrong with these demonic energies here, and they actually crashed into the barrier. Yun Nuashing looked at the situation outside the barrier and frowned slightly. The power in the distance mixed into the barrier and spread out, turning into a purer light suddenly released. Under the illumination of this pure white light, all the demonic energies in the place were more excited and rushed towards them. Under the gaze of everyone, they were instantly extinguished like a candle in the wind. At the same time, a strange and sinister laughter suddenly rang out in the demonic clouds, as if something in the demonic energy was watching their every move and laughed mockingly at their overconfidence. Damn, I want to blow this place up. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Although I don't know what kind of sneaky thing is hiding in the dark, I feel that these demonic energies are not quite the same. For example, they dare to attack our barrier. This is really different from the ones we fight outside. When other demonic beings see us using the power of order, even if they're not afraid of death and have no brains, they should be scared out of their wits and run away. We looked around and murmured, with their power of order, the expulsion effect is many times stronger than the purifying demon stone in the temple. Logically speaking, it should make these demonized energies turn around and run for their lives. However, they became excited and charged at them. While charging, they taunted them. It was a little thought-provoking, as if they couldn't wait to be beaten to death. When Yun Nuashing could not help but want to completely disperse the demonic energies in this place in one go, the demonic energies suddenly stopped their taunting laughter and quickly retreated inside. As if they had received an order, they began to shrink. The boiling dark clouds in front of them were dragged away like an ebbing tide. They were startled once again. They looked at each other and quickened their pace to catch up with the demonic energies. It did not take long for them to reach the end of the passage behind the door. At the end of the passage was still a hall, which was as big as the 7 pillars just now. This time, they saw more energy pillars of the same size. The demonized energy that had beaten and scolded them earlier had now been retracted, turning into a dense black cloud that covered the ceiling of the hall. It looked very thick, and from time to time a low buzzing sound of energy could be heard, as if some kind of gloomy whisper was echoing in the hall. The aura that made them feel uncomfortable was also much stronger here. This was a rather gloomy place. The light source from the ceiling was almost completely blocked out, but it was not completely blocked out. Only a very weak, turbid light shone in this space, along with the cold energy wind that blew past them and the low energy murmurs that rang in their ears. It added quite a bit of horror to the atmosphere. Around them, at the bottom of the huge square energy pillars, the demonized energy was like chains and shackles that strung together objects that still looked like humans. Even though the situation was quite tragic, these fish on the chopping board were still tenaciously alive. They were all high-level life forms, and if they did not explode into light on the spot, it meant that they were not dead. Just because they were not dead, it did not mean that they were not affected. They could still feel everything that was going on here, including the pain. This is too much. Blue Phoenix looked at the scene of a slaughterhouse and inhumane laboratory. She could not help but clench her hands and whisper in a low voice. Hui walked to the nearest pillar and examined the fragmented, human-shaped object. He turned back and whispered to Maple, "They're still alive. Their soul consciousness is still intact. It's just that these things are binding them. They'll recover soon after they're released. But the more specific situation, well, I don't know to what extent they're affected by the demonic energy. They are the missing people who came in first." Shuang Shuang also checked the nearest few. "Should we put them all down?" "No, wait a moment." Yun Nuashing stopped them from trying to save the people. Her eyes were glowing as she stared at the pillar. She noticed that there were energy threads made of willpower extending from the energy pillar. They were connected to the heads of the victims and seemed to penetrate deep into their souls. If we put them down rashly, something might happen. Let's wait for a while. We'll deal with the thing at the source. That thing. Hui was startled. Where is it? It is on the innermost energy platform. There's a layer of barrier there. He thinks that he is hiding well and does not intend to pay attention to us. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and walked quickly to the innermost part of the hall. Her words made everyone stare. They thought that it was some kind of mess caused by the out-of-control ruins. Now it seemed that it was not the case. Someone was playing tricks in the depths. That was good. Originally, they planned to destroy the ruins to save the people. Now, they just needed to destroy the thing that was playing tricks. There were more than 100 of these huge energy pillars in the hall. A victim was tied to the bottom of each pillar. They were all unconscious, but their consciousness and souls could still feel what their bodies were going through. The whole scene was very tragic. Although he should not say anything when he saw such a tragic scene, he felt that he should say something. Hui whispered, "After becoming an energy life form, this kind of thing basically has nothing to do with us. Even if there is something that can restrain the energy life form, it can't do this kind of thing. But there are no energy life forms in this world." Yun Nuashing pursed his lips. For those who don't know the ropes, this is actually a difficult problem that requires a long time to solve. For this world where people are eating in 1 second and fighting in the next second, whether it is the way of fighting or the way of dealing with a battle, they won't have too much time to do anything in peace. In the innermost part of the hall was a 3-story platform that was 2 meters high. Like the pillars, it was made of khaki-colored energy crystals. The space of this square platform had a clear sense of distortion. Needless to say, it was a layer of energy barrier. It was this thing that made the ghost inside extremely arrogant and think that it did not need to pay attention to the outsiders. Seeing that they had already come here and the person inside had no intention of coming out to greet the guests, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and gathered her energy and walked forward. She twisted her waist and raised her breath, and with the power of the source of origin, she ran forward. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the shattered space and the scattered space fragments seemed to have suddenly lifted a curtain, causing the people inside to shake violently. They turned their heads to look below the stage in surprise and saw a group of people who were obviously a little angry rushing towards them. They paused for a moment. "Oh, it's you. I thought it was a bunch of ignorant people who came to die. I didn't expect you to be able to lift this layer of space." The person laughed calmly and bowed to them like a gentleman. "Guests from afar, welcome to my paradise. This is the first time we meet. Now you may leave. Please do not disturb my work. I don't have time to entertain you for the time being." This person didn't even reveal his face before he started nagging. After hearing what he had to say, they finally got a clear look at him as the spatial fragment completely fell down. It was a tall and thin young man in black tights and a black cloak. He had a handsome face and a bit of a demonic aura. He had hair that seemed to be dyed with demonic energy. It was black and smoky, and it was constantly polluting the environment. Looking at his appearance, they instantly thought of him as one of the demonized people. Then they turned to look at his eyes and were startled. His black eyes with golden pupils looked different. This one was dyed with a different color. TSK, who cares? That demonic aura came from him. Just slap him in the face. We rubbed his palms together. "You first, or me?" Theoretically speaking, he is a mid-level yuansher. If I rush up, he will be gone. So, Yun Nuashing gestured to him. "I'll leave the acting to you. But wait a minute. I think he is still doing something." Hui, who was about to rush up, was stopped by Maple again. They listened and then looked at the high platform. Then they were slightly stunned. There was a black cube about the size of a head hanging in midair. Its position was exactly 2/3 blocked by the young man, so they did not pay much attention to it. The cube was exactly the same as the one they dug up in the big pit in the capital of God, but the one in front of them. The aura coming from it was obviously more ominous and strange. In addition to the black smoky aura, it also released a rather dark purple energy mixed with. It seemed to be the energy of the void. It was amazing. After coming to this world, they did not seem to see anyone using the void energy. They did not pay much attention to this either. Whether high-level beings used the void energy or not depended on their own habits. They did not pay much attention to whether there was something abnormal about it. When they noticed the cube, the young man with the black bottom and golden eyes suddenly noticed something. He glanced at Yun Nuashing and showed an inexplicable smile. "I see. It seems that you are a special guest. I did not expect you to be able to maintain your normal state after touching the demonized crystal. It seems that you have met other compatriots. Haha, interesting. Anyway, please return the thing to me first." The young man chuckled softly and raised his hand to Yun Nuashing. Huge circles of ripples splashed in the space around her. A strong, demonized energy crazily appeared under the summoning of its master. In a few seconds, it got rid of the defenseless space and turned into a palm-sized cube. It rushed out of the space and fell into the young man's hand. He nudged Maple with his elbow. "The thing has been taken away. I did not intend to keep it with me. I just did not know how to deal with it. This thing is smoky and pollutes the environment. I am embarrassed to keep it with me. I have goosebumps when I think about how much it pollutes the environment." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She took 2 steps forward and looked up at the young man. "Are you done?" The young man was slightly stunned. He did not seem to understand what she was talking about. Then Yun Nuashing raised her finger and pointed at him. "If you are done, it is our turn. Go, beat the hell out of him." The moment he finished speaking, a group of people who had been holding back their energy rushed forward, like a runaway something. The momentum that rushed towards him made the young man turn pale with fright. Chapter 1986. In this weird world, the concept of space and void seemed to have some abnormalities. Perhaps it was a seal, or perhaps the concept was damaged, so space and void could not respond to them very well. However, it was not completely damaged, so space and void still existed. If the concept of void had completely disappeared, they should be in an environment of nothingness, and the world would not be so peaceful. There was a problem with the concept of space. Currently, they had discovered that spatial teleportation could not be used, but the other powers of space had not been affected. It was the same for the power of the void. Spatial teleportation was sealed. Not only that, the power of the void was also strange. They felt that something was wrong. It was as if the void wanted to respond to them, but it could not. It could respond, but it could only respond a little. If they wanted to do something with it, it would be restricted. Perhaps this was the reason why the higher beings of this world rarely used the power of the void. Therefore, when they saw this black-skinned, demonized youth using the power of the void in this place, they were slightly interested. But this interest did not prevent him from letting Hui and the others beat him up first. The black cube he was fiddling with was the gathering point of all the energy in the entire underground space. He should be forcibly borrowing the energy of the ruins. The energy gathering point of the underground space should be the platform under his feet. He was forcibly borrowing the energy from there. In short, if she killed him or smashed the cube on top of his head, this evil space would collapse. She could just treat it as saving someone, which was convenient. But since she was acting now, she would probably only hit him to the extent that she would drive him away. Of course, in the process of taking them away, would he lose any parts or feel any pain? He couldn't see. Well, since he couldn't do anything, he could only pretend that he didn't see anything. This group of fellows who didn't know how to control their strength would definitely do something careless. Give me a holy shock. Hui cursed as he descended from the sky. He smashed the shield in his hand heavily on the black-skinned youth's face. The holy energy burst out and covered the entire dark hall with golden light. Dozens of overlapping energy ripples suddenly spread out like ripples, shaking the black-skinned youth and sending him flying. Most of the demonized energy on his body dissipated. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and used the power of Source to hold up a barrier and restrain the battlefield in a small area to prevent the energy impact of the explosions from destroying the underground hall. He then turned his head to look at the black-skinned youth who was blown away and embedded into the wall. He then saw Hui smashing the black-skinned youth's face with the shield again. Both the black-skinned youth and the wall collapsed. His cheeks suddenly twitched a few times. When the kid was hit, his eyes were wide open and his face was stunned. He was probably knocked out. Anyone who saw a shield the size of a city gate smashing towards their face with the momentum of a falling meteorite would probably be traumatized. The walls collapsed one after another. Smoke and dust billowed. The pile of rubble at the side exploded. The demonized youth had just jumped out, his demonized energy surging. A square ice brick that was 10 meters long and wide whizzed past and smashed his face, knocking him to the ground again. Even the demonized energy he had just released was smashed into nothing. From the beginning, this guy was either embedded into the wall or smashed into the ground. Like a gopher, he was beaten up every time he popped his head out. He understood that in order to prevent himself from accidentally killing this guy, these explosives were beating up the demonized youth with a little more seriousness than playing with him. It was the process of beating. Well, this beating had mental damage. The guy's face was swollen. The trauma to his soul was probably half the size of the void territory. Boom! Thick, demonized energy erupted from the ground. The crystallized ground was torn to pieces. A 10-meter-long energy arm covered in runes shot out from the ground and smashed toward Hui and the others. The demonized young man rushed up from the ground. The calmness on his face had been completely wiped out by the repeated beatings. At this moment, his entire face had become exceptionally ferocious. His pair of golden eyes with a black bottom looked as if they were about to burn. His entire body was shrouded in dense, demonized energy. He was like a ferocious beast carrying a demonized life form as he rushed toward Shuang Shuang. Just as Shuang Shuang was about to counterattack, Blue Phoenix landed in front of her with a netherworld ruined sword. The crimson flames around her quickly spread to the netherworld ruined sword. Blue Phoenix swung the sword at the demonized youth who was already in front of her. The demonized energy and the flames suddenly collided. The latter, which carried the divine energy, gained an overwhelming advantage in an instant. As the main body of the energy explosion, it suddenly swept away and turned into a vast sea of fire. In the sea of fire, a figure wrapped in black fog was sent flying backward in a sorry state. Who the hell are you people? The demonized youth had just stabilized his body. His eyes were full of ferociousness and confusion. When he was about to condense the demonized energy again, the energy arm that he had just condensed was blown to pieces from the inside out by a golden energy. Before he had time to be shocked, he had already seen Hui shouting and charging at him with 2 large shields the size of city gates. His skin was already brown and dark. Just seeing the gorgeous and thick shields that were as thick as city gates made his face as black as coal. Goosebumps appeared on his skin. Eat my shield bash. Bang! Like a golden pillar, Hui dragged a golden energy tail and smashed the demonized youth into the ground. One after another, dull explosions bloomed under the ground, causing the hall to tremble. The golden energy pillars exploded and extinguished one after another. From the sound of it, it was as if the ground had been penetrated layer by layer. Yun Nuoxing, who had been watching the whole process, could not help but clap his hands together. I hope they're all right. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing, who had not taken action since the beginning. Aren't you guys going to fight? There's not enough space. We can't get involved. Xiao Xiao said faintly, squeezing in a bunch of energy will affect each other. Besides, it's just a one-sided bullying. We don't need too many people. Yun Nuoxing covered his face and did not know whether to laugh or cry. It's just a bully. Hui and the others may have suppressed their realm to the level of beginner yuanshi, but according to their various experiences of fighting on the front line with the enemy for 5 eras, it's more than enough to press the demonized youth to the ground and beat him up. What's more, they have used the power of order. This is even more bullying. The latter's power of order is obviously not up to standard. Where is he? Huey's startled voice suddenly came from the ground. Yun Nuoxing and the others were startled. They looked at each other and went to the edge of the pit to look down. Hui let his shield float beside him and looked around in confusion. The pit below was only about 10 meters in diameter. It was uneven and full of cracks. Only he could see himself standing in the pit. Feng, where is he? Did he run up when we were fighting? Hui raised his head and waved at the crowd above the pit. Yun Nuoxing looked around and even used all kinds of energy to scan the surroundings. But this time even he was stunned. There was no more vitality in the entire hall except for those dying people. Moreover, the demonized energy lingering in the hall was rapidly fading and disappearing. Seeing this, he threw his gaze at the high platform just now. The cube that was rotating on the high platform just now had disappeared. The dissipation of the core caused the energy gathered in the hall to shrink back to the high platform. The victims who were tied to the energy pillars all fell to the ground. The remaining energy in their bodies allowed them to begin to recover rapidly. It seemed that they would be able to recover in a short while. No need to look anymore. He's gone, Yun Nuoxing shouted. Everyone was stunned. And he's already gone far away. I just scanned the entire hall, including the space above and below ground. There's no trace left. No way. We jumped down from the pit and saw Feng pointing at the dissipated dark clouds and the restored light in the hall. He couldn't help but stare. He ran away under our noses. It doesn't make any sense, no matter how you put it. Oh, it makes sense. Yun Nuashing shook his head. But the premise for it to make sense is that there's a prerequisite, because I knew that the teleportation in this world would not work. I didn't seal the space, so that bastard used teleportation to escape? We covered his face with both hands and almost gouged his eyeballs out. Isn't the concept of space and void a little sick in this place? How did he teleport away? Who knows? This is other people's world. It's quite normal for things to be a little mysterious. Maybe he has a way to bypass some condition. After all, he's not a normal person. Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned towards the pillars. Anyway, we've achieved our goal, haven't we? Let's do our best to let him go. Now, let's take a look at this group of unlucky bastards. Some of them have no energy to recover. Let's go and have a look. Everyone thought for a moment and let out an "oh" in their hearts. They put away the surging energy and spread out towards the group of people who were strung up in the hall. At this time, in the Chaos Demon wilderness hundreds of thousands of miles away from the ruins, a charred body wrapped in divine energy appeared in midair and fell to the ground. White steam still lingered around the body, emitting a burnt smell of rotting flesh. The demonized youth lay on the ground for a few minutes, waiting for the golden light and crimson flame to completely disappear. The demonized energy reappeared on his body, and the struggle and pain on his face had lessened a lot. Only then did he get up from the ground and looked at the desolate land and suddenly laughed. If I didn't use the connection between the Chaos Demon wilderness and the demonized life, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to escape. Those guys, who the hell are they? He gritted his teeth as the pain in his soul made him shake his head. He had already noticed them when they approached the door, but he never felt the slightest sense of threat from them. That was why he let them enter the hall of consciousness and ignored them. Everything was just for his purpose. He did not expect that they would smash that layer of space and mess him up. He took out the 2 cubes from his body and made sure that they were not damaged before he breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the ground. I didn't expect there's an existence in this world that can seriously injure me. But it's okay, no big deal, I'll remember this precious battle. The next time we meet, I'll pay you back double. Before that, you can just watch the whole world fall into chaos, ha. He sat up again and looked at the wilderness around him. His laughter stopped abruptly. After a moment of silence, he tried to activate the demonized energy. Hey, someone come and pick me up. Yes, it's the north of the ruins. What? The capital of God has been uprooted? There's actually someone who can do this. Hiss. We'll talk about the rest later. Anyway, someone hurry up. You guys are seriously injured too? Temporarily unable to move? The demonized young man lowered his head in silence. He looked at his body that was still emitting a scorching aura and a stinky smell. The throbbing pain made him look up at the sky. How the hell am I going to go back? Thinking about the bumpy feeling of being carried on the shoulder of the great demon, he shuddered. After a moment of thinking, he lay down peacefully and used the demonized energy in the Chaos Demon wilderness to slowly heal his body. In the underground hall, Yun Nuashing suddenly shook her head and looked at the sky. The sudden movement startled the man who had just woken up in front of her. He looked around vigilantly. What's wrong? Nothing, it's my problem. You're fine now. You can move after resting for a while. I still have something to do. Yun Nuashing shook her head and patted him on the shoulder. After leaving a stream of energy, the man looked at Hui and the others in a daze. Hui and the others saw her coming. They put down the people they had saved and gathered together. What's wrong? Something happened? Oh, I just felt something. Yun Nuashing raised her finger and pointed diagonally to the north. I left a trace of energy in that crystal. It just flashed a few 100,000 miles to the north. Hui nodded. I took it out and checked it after I ran away. But it really does exist. It can actually be used for teleportation in this situation. Can you reconstruct the situation? There was no other energy reaction. The energy trace I left just appeared suddenly and disappeared in a short while. It was too short. I didn't have time to do anything. Yun Nuashing shook her head and found little Qing Zi through soul communication. Anyway, the direction has appeared. We don't have time to act now. So we can only little Qing Zi. You hear me? I'll leave it to you. Oh, I'll follow that divine order. Since we're all in the same place, I'll send someone to check it out. Do you want to kill him? No. Just keep an eye on him. Let him move on his own. See what he's up to. If he really wants to do something, you can do it at the right time. Okay, I'm going. Yun Nuashing gave everyone a thumbs up. Done. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Little Qing Zi, the model worker of the Void frontline. No, the model worker of the Expeditionary Force is in trouble. Can't he split himself? We can all call him Little Qing Zi. From fighting, demolition, explosions, to scattering ashes, digging up graves and burning incense. Everything can be. Cough, cough. So the matter of that enigmatic dark-skinned guy is over for now. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the group of people in the hall who had all woken up but were still in a daze. She extended her elbow and poked Hui. The latter grunted and shouted softly, Come, come. Everyone look over here. Well, Feng. Cough, cough, cough. I'll talk. Hui shuddered when Feng glared at him with eyes that looked straight at death. He quickly laughed dryly and looked at the 100 or so people who were still in a daze. Calm down first. Do any of you remember what happened? About being strung up here, being treated inhumanely, being done something. After leaving the matter to Hui, Yun Nuashing slipped to the 3-story platform. After losing the restraint of the black cube, it had regained its calmness. It was no longer flickering with light and looked like it was about to explode at any time, but it was still absorbing a large amount of energy. The traces of energy inside seemed to be covered and could not be easily penetrated. Perhaps this thing itself was a large creation or a large cover or something like that. Little star, what is this? A gust of cold air blew from the side, making Yun Nuashing feel a little comfortable. He tilted his head and looked at Shuang Shuang, who was holding his left hand. He reached out and rubbed her head. He looked forward and said, This is the core of the entire underground hall. It's a creation, but it's someone else's creation. I can't quite understand it in a short time. Shuang Shuang responded softly. Her eyes flickered slightly. It's something I don't understand. Then, should I blow it up? Yun Nuashing said, Logically speaking, it's better not to do so. Who taught you to blow things up? Shuang Shuang blinked and carefully turned her head to look at him. Her pair of weak, deep blue eyes made him stunned. He slapped his face and could not help but smile bitterly. He had forgotten that he was a guy who would blow things up whenever he was in trouble. How many things in the observer's space had not been blown up by him? He laughed dryly and hurriedly pulled the girl up the platform. They walked around the 3 levels of the platform, but they didn't find anything. It wasn't until they reached the top of the platform where the dark-skinned youth was standing that they finally found something. Traces of energy. Shuang Shuang pulled him and raised her hand to point upward. Her finger fell from the ceiling until it fell on the space in front of them. There was nothing on the platform on the top floor. It was just a small platform about 10 meters square. However, he could see clearly where Shuang Shuang was pointing. All the energy gathered in the underground space had shrunk to the ceiling above the platform. Then it turned into many white, blue, red, and green energy particles that fell from the ceiling like dancing fireflies, spiraling and landing in the center of the platform. I didn't see this trace just now. Yun Nuashing muttered and pulled Shuang Shuang back to the stairs. Sure enough, all the traces of energy particles had disappeared. They could only be seen from the top of the platform. If we cut off the energy traces, Shuang Shuang pulled him to the place where the energy particles converged and gestured with her hand. We should be able to stop the ruins. Yun Nuashing listened and looked around, trying to find some traces. However, he did not feel anything at all. He actually did not see the specific connection between the energy pillars and the platform. It was probably the influence of the will. Well, he agreed with Shuang Shuang. The traces of energy flow existed here, which was evidence that could not be erased. However, he still felt that it might be inappropriate to not find any other traces that should exist. Let's wait for Hui and the rest to finish talking before we deal with it. While they were circling the platform, Hui and the rest came to the platform. When they landed, they were stunned. Wow, what is this? Don't be so surprised. It's just a trace of energy. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and turned to look at the fireflies dancing in the sky. He explained, every energy particle has a high concentration of energy. It is energy that has been compressed and processed. When they reach a place, they will be released. It is a method to speed up the flow of energy and energy delivery. It is mostly used in energy creation. After he finished speaking, he looked at the people below the platform. After he finished speaking, most of the people who were still in a daze sat down and rested. However, judging from their expressions, they seemed to have calmed down. Some people recovered first and left step by step. The only exception was a skinny figure in the attire of the grand shrine who followed Hui and the rest. Well, it seemed that something was not right. Although it was indeed the attire of the grand shrine, he was also wearing a set of armor with similar colors and patterns. How Ren remembered that he did not see the combatants of the grand shrine wearing this kind of armor on the battlefield in Lu Xiaoqiu's home. This was a young man who looked quite cheerful. He had a ponytail and a handsome face that was a little white and tender. It was not particularly clear how long he had been strung up, but he managed to reorganize his state of mind so quickly after coming back to life. Now his eyes looked quite lively and energetic, which meant that his ability to adjust his state of mind was not bad. If it were other people who had been strung up into 6 or 7 pieces and strung up in different colors, they would feel that their minds were about to explode. Moreover, they were all high-level life forms. They could personally experience that feeling, even if they were unconscious. Compared to the injuries they suffered, the psychological trauma left behind was more serious. Well, as for the others, they were still in a daze. The group sitting below were all in a daze. They were a little confused and doubted life. They were a little traumatized and their eyes had lost their focus. It was already considered good self-control that they did not explode on the spot. Who is this young man? Uffed. Hui spat out a mouthful of saliva. He covered his mouth and tried to hold it in for a while. Then he smiled brightly and pointed at the young man who was so anxious that his face was red. Phone, this is a girl. Yun Nuashing. The same clothes, just an extra set of light armor. Why is this girl's style so different from Lu Xiaoqiu's? Upon closer inspection, this undisguised white and clean appearance, the clothes that were strung up were already tattered. The part of the skin that was exposed did not have the texture that a rough man would have. But, well, he really did not recognize her. Siyu pulled him and whispered in his ear, "Because she's quite poor. I didn't recognize her at first." His cheeks twitched. He quickly scanned the young man, coughed the young girl's body. He nodded in agreement with this girl's statement. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and threw away these rude thoughts. Then, what's wrong with her? Is there something wrong? Hui showed a mysterious smile. Because I heard something interesting, so I brought her here to tell you. The young girl saw that they all turned their eyes to her and immediately restrained her curious expression. She bowed and said in a more formal tone, "My name is Emerald. I'm the leader of the expedition team from the headquarters of the Dark Region. Please allow me to thank you on behalf of my team members for your help." The Dark Region. The Dark Region. Yun Nuashing was stunned for 2 seconds. After thinking for a while, he looked at the young girl with a serious face. "You came from the east? In terms of geographical location, we should be located in the west of this region. But in our region, we are located in the eastern region. We are the expedition team that crossed the Chaos Demon Wilderness to come here." The young girl named Emerald answered seriously. Lu Xiaoqiu on the side was already numb. Almost subconsciously, she suddenly said, "You crossed the chaos demon wilderness to come here. What are you doing?" Yun Nuashing and Hui quickly nodded. They also wanted to know the people in the story that they finally met. They painstakingly crossed the ocean and crossed the world's most dangerous chaos demon wilderness to come to another unfamiliar region. Was it really just to explore the ruins? Not likely. As I said, we are here to explore the ruins left by the previous generation. Emerald responded to Lu Xiaoqiu seriously. Probably because she was also a member of the Great Temple, she continued to say, "This reason is of course not false, but there is another reason, to explore other life forms that may exist on the other side of the Chaos Demon Wilderness and to convey the danger of the demonized clan to them. The demonized clan is the person that you just repelled. They are the human race that kept their sanity after demonization for unknown reasons. And," the young girl suddenly said in a heavier voice, "they have some unknown means that can increase the number of demonized people in batches, even if the target is only ordinary people or human corpses. Now it is known that the number of demonized people has already exceeded 1 million. Yun Nuashing and Hui. The direction of this circle felt a bit wrong. All the temples and headquarters in the east, west, south, and north, a total of 12 regions, have united 15 years ago to fight against the threat of demonized life forms, including the demonized clan. There are thousands of expeditions similar to ours, all to cross the chaos demon wilderness to search for other human race and to convey the situation of the demonized clan. Of course, looking for the ruins is also very important." Hui scratched his head. "I heard you mention the ruins several times. Why are you looking for the ruins? Could it be that this is also related to the demonized clan?" He was not talking nonsense. He had this idea when he saw the dark-skinned young man fiddling in the depths of the ruins. The young girl nodded solemnly. According to several reliable sources, they seemed to have the power to activate and use the ruins. As she spoke, she was lost in her memories. "When we came to this region along the Chaos Demon Wilderness, we first saw the out-of-control situation in the ruins. At first, we thought that it would not delay anything if we reported to the Great Temple and headquarters in this region later. So we took our team to explore the ruins first. Unexpectedly, we saw a demonized person after we broke into the depths of the ruins. Seeing that he had activated the ruins and was using the power of the ruins, we led the team to rush up without thinking." Then she laughed embarrassedly. "Oh, the difference in strength was too big. We were killed there before we could even finish 2 rounds. He, Yun Nuashing and Hui. He my ass, an ordinary peak-level origin master, charging toward a mid-level yuancher, is also very brave." Chapter 1987. Breaking through the blockade of death and destruction was a feat that had a slim chance of survival. Perhaps these expeditionary teams from other regions already had the mentality of never coming back when they set off. Well, mentality was just mentality. They still completed the mission very well. They crossed the unknown distance of the Chaos Devil Wilderness and came to the place where the 3 major regions were located. They brought new news to them, like a sharp arrow that tore through the dark curtain. This feat may not be a big deal for this group of outsiders, but for the lives of this world, for this world that had experienced several destruction, reaching out their hands to reach the outside, breaking through the shackles of this region, and breaking through the blockade of the Chaos Devil Wilderness, had the same significance as rushing to the sea for the first time, flying to the blue sky, and stepping into the starry sky for the first time. Even if they knew that in this world, other than themselves, there were still lives in other unknown places. But that was the information left behind countless years ago. With the passage of time, no one knew what was left in the place where the information led. In this Chaos Devil Wilderness, a place that brought destruction to the whole world, it had been in a state of disconnection for a long time. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, they could only think of one ending immediately. Just like the capital of God in the central region, it was gone after a regular contact period, let alone those places that had been isolated for tens of thousands of years or even millions of years. No one dared to pat their chest and say that there must be someone still alive there. The only thing they could do was to make a trip without any scruples, and choose to believe that life had miracles, and choose to believe that the people who once existed were tenacious enough. In this way, before reaching the end, before witnessing despair with their own eyes, they could still move forward without hesitation. Ah, the manager also told me the same thing before we left. Emerald replied to Yin Nuashing very seriously. She stroked her ponytail and laughed. He said that I'm stubborn and won't die. Everyone. She meant that the quality of the southern wall was not good enough, right? We didn't choose the direction, completely blindly when we went out. Emerald put her hands on her hips and said proudly, we all chose the direction where we saw or detected energy, fluctuations that were not demonic energy. The rest is to keep moving forward. Yin Nuashing felt a little out of place. Where did you come from when you came to the ruins? According to the direction, we came from the north. The pandemonium wasteland occupies too much space. However, we didn't see any demonized life forms in the second half of the journey before arriving at the ruins, which made things a lot easier for us. Ah, if we didn't see the ruins riot, we wouldn't have discovered this area. Everyone thought about it carefully. The capital of God in the northern region was on the westernmost side. They came from the west and ended up in the Chaos Demon Wilderness near the north. They followed that area all the way to the east. Wasn't this a perfect pass? Pa! Everyone slapped themselves on the forehead, grimacing in pain. Luckily, something big had happened in the ruins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop this stubborn fellow who kept heading east. Didn't she think of stopping to observe the situation around her? Since she could be stopped by a small incident in the Chaos Demon Wilderness near the north, she should be able to find this area if she stopped and looked around, right? Was he really going to continue heading east without any detours? Why did he suddenly think of the white-haired girl in the void front line who could get lost because of the slippery slope of thinking? What's wrong with you guys? You look so weird. Emerald looked at everyone who was in pain and couldn't control themselves. Her face was full of curiosity. Nothing. Just thinking about something small and complicated. Yin Nuashing raised his finger and pointed at the energy particles flying in the sky. Oh, closing the ruins, right? This is actually very easy to deal with. We're good at it. The girl patted her chest and smiled sweetly. Don't worry, leave it to me. I can solve it in half a minute. Even Yin Nuashing, who was a big explosion maniac, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard this. He watched the girl run to the place where the energy particles converged into a thumb-sized pillar and fell on the platform. He couldn't help but shout, "What are you going to do?" "Just block the flow of energy," Emerald replied as she took out something from her pocket. Emerald replied as she took out something from her armor. After a while, she took out a circle that looked like it was made of purifying magic stone. She fiddled with the circle and said, "Although we haven't fully explored the ruins of the previous generation and can't use them, we have figured out how they work. Under the power of will, the inner part of the ruins can continue to operate. However, as long as the transmission of energy is cut off for a long time, about 10 seconds to a minute, the whole ruins will stop. But it's only limited to the relics of this generation." This generation. Yin Nuashing's eyes flashed. You mean there are other generations of ruins that were passed down from the previous eras? Yes, I don't know if you have them here. Oh, we have some of them. According to the answers given by the research experts, there are a total of 4 generations of ruins that have been investigated. However, except for the ruins of the previous generation, the other 3 generations of ruins are in the Chaos Wilderness. It's not easy to explore. The girl responded quickly. She didn't stop fiddling with the circle. After a while, she suddenly laughed. Hee, it's done. Everyone stared curiously at the hoop in her hand. It was a hoop just now, but now it had turned into a spring-like thing. It just looked like a hula hoop. From top to bottom, it had turned into a 1-meter-high, 11-layer hoop. The two ends of the hoop were relatively small, while the middle was the largest. The largest hoop even had a diamond-shaped, magic cleansing stone in it. The girl brought the hoop to the place where the energy gathered. She gently pushed it forward and let it wrap around the pillar of energy particles. A purple light was released with a suction force. The energy falling from above had to pass through the hoop, and in the process, all the energy particles were completely absorbed by the hoop. Yun Nuashing saw the details clearly. The energy particles of different colors were absorbed by the different layers of the hoop. For example, the white particles stopped at the first layer, the blue particles stopped at the second layer, and were absorbed by the hoop. The gold and purple particles went to the third and fourth layer respectively, and the red energy particles went straight to the purifying magic stone in the center. Not a single energy particle could escape the absorption of the 11-layer hoop. After hearing what he said, everyone made an "oh" sound. Siyu whispered, "It feels like something used to filter energy." The energy absorbed by the ruins is vast and chaotic, but after being processed by the ruins themselves, they will have different willpower depending on the nature of the energy. Hearing this, Emerald immediately explained to everyone, when the energy is contaminated with different willpower, its essence will change to a certain extent. If we only use ordinary energy barriers to isolate the energy, we will miss a lot of parts and we will not be able to completely isolate the energy transmission in the ruins. If we use all kinds of energy barriers, we will need to carry a lot of things, because some barriers can't be made with just manpower. So, we spend a lot of time and effort to make this energy-isolating creation. It can ensure that all the energy will be completely absorbed and completely isolated. Moreover, it is easy to carry and easy to operate. Isn't it awesome? It's done. Just as she finished speaking, the energy creation suddenly emitted an energy humming sound. As the high-pitched humming sound gradually weakened, the energy particles falling from the sky suddenly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. After that, there were almost no more energy particles. By the time the purple light emitted by the energy creation completely disappeared, the energy particles had also completely disappeared. At the same time, the light on the platform under everyone's feet slowly dimmed. The energy pillars in the hall also slowly lost their light. The light on the ceiling was still shining, but it did not immediately turn pitch black after the energy was cut off. It was as if they had been blinded by darkness. Oh, it's done, it's done. Anyway, this matter of the ruins is temporarily over. The follow-up research can be done later. Halfway through Emerald's words, she was interrupted by a sudden and slowly increasing vibration. Everyone felt the sudden vibration and looked down at the same time. It seemed like the whole ruins was shaking. It's okay, it's okay. It's normal, the girl said indifferently. She kept the energy creation and explained, the huge amount of energy accumulated in the ruins will slowly be released after the energy is cut off. So a little vibration is just a normal phenomenon. Boom! All of a sudden, the ground shook like noodles, throwing everyone a few meters into the air. The violent tremors had multiplied dozens of times in just one sentence. Tiny crystal fragments constantly fell from the ceiling, scattering into the entire space like dust. The pillars in the hall also cracked little by little in the tremors. The crystal fragments were thrown a few meters away by the strong tremors from time to time, like boulders falling from the sky, making deafening noises when they hit the ground. Everyone in the hall was stunned. They looked up blankly at the whole hall. At this moment, those who were still walking slowly felt a very strange feeling at the moment. They quickly ran towards the direction of the gate. The group of people disappeared in an instant, leaving only them in the same place. The earthquake was not a big problem, so there was no need to panic. However, they still had to say a few words. Hui pointed at the scene that was shaking more than 10 degrees and said to Emerald, Is this also a normal phenomenon? This is not right. It's impossible. Why is there such a big reaction? Emerald hurriedly looked around, but she was also confused. She did not know what was going on, but it was obviously not the time to be stunned. I don't care. I don't care. Let's go down first. Emerald shouted and jumped down the platform. Her team members were still waiting for her at the bottom of the stairs. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other helplessly and sighed. They had no choice but to follow. No matter what, this vibration was obviously not right. They felt a surge of energy in the entire space. The entire underground building was ready to move, and it was about to explode at any time. This was clearly not a reaction that would happen if it was slowly released. Boom! The sound of the explosion of energy suddenly came from behind, startling Yin Nuashing and the others. The energy that erupted without any warning was a little out of their expectations. When they turned around, the 3-story platform had been destroyed by the energy that erupted from the underground. In its place, there was a black energy pillar. The black light from the pillar spread throughout the underground hall, making everyone feel a little uncomfortable and uneasy. Demonic energy. Oh, I know. That person must have done something to the core of the ruin. When Emerald saw the energy eruption, she instantly understood. She was so anxious that she jumped up and down. She pointed at the light and hurriedly said, "He has already used the demonic energy to change the core of the ruin. This way, whether we wait until the ruin's energy overflows or we cut off the energy transmission method, the energy contained in the ruin will explode together with the demonic energy." Despicable guy. Si listened and laughed lightly. In short, we are going to be buried underground. Lu Xiaoqiu, Emerald, and her team members were speechless. This was not something to be happy about, right? The vast demonic energy was like a demonic dragon that was wreaking havoc in the underground. The endless energy that was emitted kept going up, spreading rapidly throughout the entire land and entire ruin. Just a minute ago, they could not sense any movement of the demonic energy at all. But now it had already invaded every place that they could sense, not even the cracks in the bricks. Yun Nuashing snapped her fingers to get everyone to look at her. "I have 2 ideas." "Stop." Hui immediately raised his hand to stop her idea. At the same time, he raised his shield to prevent the crystal fragments from hitting his head. "Just tell us the second one." Yun Nuashing nodded and immediately held Emerald in her left hand and Lu Xiaoqiu in her right hand. She held the 2 girls as if they were goods. Amidst their surprised and shocked cries, she used the energy chain to grab a few of Emerald's team members. Then she calmly shouted, "Retreat!" Everyone screamed and ran wildly toward the gate. With one step, they left the hall and caught up with the group of people who were running in front of them. Hui shouted and waved his hand to bring them along. Not long after they left the hall, the demonic energy became hundreds of times more violent and began to expand wildly. It swallowed the entire hall. In the dark energy, something seemed to be surging. The sudden violent tremors and the energy movement that could not be concealed spread very far away at a speed that broke the rules. Everyone in Ningzhou City personally felt the tremors and the violent demonic energy that was spreading wantonly. Almost everyone in the great shrine came out in an instant. When they saw a black beam of light appear in the distant sky, they all looked sluggish. The first to react was the light-chasing tower in Ningzhou City. When the demonic energy spread across the distance, the light-chasing tower had already stretched the defense of the barrier to the maximum level. The demon cleansing stone flashed with a bright purple light, and the transparent barrier was almost solidified in the space. The circle of energy belt also became extremely bright at this moment. The 2 shining stars on the ground looked at each other from a distance, as if they had locked onto each other at the same time. The demonic energy and the overflowing willpower opposed each other across the distant space, causing the ground to shake even more violently. The black pillar of energy was enveloped by huge rings of energy. Countless black threads of energy spread out from the rings of energy towards the center, weaving a strange picture in the space. Perhaps no one knew what it symbolized, but from the increasingly dense demonic energy here, they could sense that this was definitely not going to be a fun matter. When this thing comes crashing down, it will definitely dig a big hole here. Hui stood beside the pillars on the ground and turned his head to look at the huge black energy beam that covered the sky. No one cared what the picture woven by the energy rings was. They were now slowly approaching the bottom, and it was not hard to imagine that this was probably something like a countdown. When they gathered at the bottom, the pillar would suddenly break, and all the demonic energy would turn into a powerful energy impact and pour out in one go. Ningzhou City. Yun Nuoxing reminded, looking across the distance to where Ningzhou City was. It's within the range of the energy destruction. If we forcibly stop the energy gushing here now, it will only cause an even more powerful energy impact. The explosion of the demonic energy may also die this land. The light-chasing tower in Ningzhou City can't withstand this level of energy impact. That's just the most basic defense, the gray-haired girl hurriedly said. If the demonic energy erodes this land, everyone in Ningzhou City will... this is really not good news. It sounds a bit like he deliberately left it here to transform people into the demonic race. Emerald scratched her head and looked distressed. She reached into her pocket for a long time, and her face was bitter. She said anxiously, "No, we have to find a way to control it here. If it completely explodes, it's over. Oh, there's no good way. This situation is beyond the scope of what we can deal with. What should we do?" "There's no other way." Yun Nuoxing sighed softly and slowly condensed an energy longbow in front of everyone's eyes. White energy began to gather at the front as he pulled the bow. The arrow was pointed straight at the gate of the ruins, which was the center of the demonic energy gushing out. The energy is violent to this extent. The explosion is inevitable, but I can completely neutralize this demonic energy. Hui, I'll leave the defense of Ningzhou City to you. Take everyone back. Don't stay here. Okay. Hui scratched his head and sighed, patting him on the back. Be careful. Don't blow this place up. Go ahead. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Okay, everyone go this way. Don't worry about him. A group of people rushed out in the direction of Ningzhou City. In just a few flashes, they completely disappeared from sight. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and slowly turned his head. He looked helplessly at the girls who seemed to have made an appointment and didn't leave. Are you staying to join in the fun? Sure, Xiao said indifferently. Hui Jun is enough for the defense of Ningzhou City. Little Angel and Siyu nodded. We'll stay to defend you. Yun Nuoxing. Although there's no such thing. Forget it, you guys be careful. The trembling ground undulated like waves under the influence of the energy shock waves from the depths of the earth. It was like a rope standing on a cliff, swaying in the wind. There seemed to be something violently moving under the ground. The impact of this movement was no longer something that could be caused by ordinary energy shock waves. Bang! The sound of the earth being pierced and torn was low, like thunder, as if the earth vein was lifted up from the earth. A black rope that was thousands of feet wide was lifted up from the ground and broke out of the earth. It was like a moving mountain range that kept shaking, and all the earth fragments covering it were thrown away. The faces of several people changed slightly. They looked at the earth that seemed to be sitting on a seesaw, swaying crazily. They looked at the rope, stained with demonic energy that stretched out from the depths of the earth and danced wantonly, causing the earth to shake. The main body of the relic was also arched high at this moment. Under the surging and control of the demonic energy, it seemed to have become a twisted and chaotic structure that blended with the earth and the relic. They couldn't help but think of the big demon in the form of a fortress. Maybe that kind of thing evolved like this, with the demonic energy as the leading and adhesive, piecing together other things together. The demonic energy twisted it, the earth and the relic, into an entity. Little Hour looked at the ropes that were gradually weakening and locking him to the ground like shackles. His eyes flickered. That's a part of an individual. It turns everything that the demonized energy can touch into a part of itself. We're in its range. Sui Qing looked at Feng Ling, who was completely focused. She said to the little angel, "And the others, take Feng Ling, will retreat too." The little angel immediately carried him and left the shaking earth with the others. When they came to the sky, they could clearly see that not only the place where they had just landed, but also the area of hundreds of thousands of miles around the relic had collapsed in a circular shape. The demonic energy gushed out from everywhere like a fountain. The 1,000-meter-thick rope created by the demonic energy pierced through the earth and pieced together the fragmented earth into a blurry object. It was like the tentacles of a monster that kept waving. The entire area had become its body. It was a huge monster with a body length of hundreds of thousands of miles. The gate of the relic had been arched and collapsed. The demonic energy had torn the gate and the ground into two halves together. The slowly cracking earth seemed to have opened a crack. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a huge head that was slowly opening its ferocious mouth. In the depths of the rift, where the energy was gathering, the demonic energy was so dense and compressed that it was black and shiny. It seemed that it could not hold it for long. "Hui, I hope you're ready. We've reached the limit here." The voice that sounded softly in their souls and ears stunned them. They turned their heads and saw Yin Nuashing taking a deep breath. Dozens of magic circles appeared around her and disintegrated in an instant, turning into energy that merged into the white arrow. Then she gently let go of the bow. The white arrow turned into a stream of light and slowly rushed forward under their gazes. It tore apart the layers of demonic energy curtain and fell into the depths of the rift, with a trail of energy behind it. The beam of light cast by the demonic energy had expanded to its limit and was now on the verge of collapse. The energy leaked from it was transmitted along the space, causing the entire space to tremble. The energy had exceeded the range of control of the person who caused all this to happen. The few strange pictures and patterns finally overlapped in just a few seconds. They suddenly shrank for a moment and turned into a black energy halo that suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the line of sight. The next moment, a dazzling white light released by the black light gushed out from the rift and illuminated the entire sky. It was also at this moment that the white arrow fell into the rift like an inconspicuous stone. The explosion of light was also insignificant in the energy fireworks that were about to burst. However, this was an arrow condensed from rich source energy. It only had one goal, and that was to detonate this uncontrollable energy in the instant before the demonic energy was about to explode. The released source energy would drag everything within the range of its influence into the source energy environment. In short, the moment this demonic energy was released, it would enter the source energy environment. The demonic energy would be cleansed by the source energy and turned into pure energy. The uncontrollable energy impact would also completely explode at this moment. The originally scheduled demonic energy fireworks had turned into pure energy salutes. Boom! The scheduled energy fireworks arrived unexpectedly. The brilliant white light suddenly bloomed in their line of sight. The destructive energy comparable to the peak of the mid-level source energy turned into a roaring shockwave that spread in all directions. In just a moment, it collided with the energy barrier that they had set up. Dozens of layers of tough energy barriers were shattered in half. The explosive energy impact slapped them, who were close to the center of the explosion, and sent them flying like meteors. Oh, I made it. I made it. Another golden meteor fell from the sky and landed on the city wall of Ningzhou City. Hui didn't care too much and threw everyone on the city wall. He shouted and used all his strength to smash the Guardian shield into the space in front of him. Guardian domain, open up to the fullest. Primeval domain open. The dazzling golden light wrapped the entire Ningzhou city into a thick, golden cocoon in an instant, merging with the barrier of the lightning-chasing tower. The pair of eyes that had been dyed in gold stared straight at the trembling space and the faint black shockwaves that covered the entire world. They watched as the shockwaves turned the ground layer by layer as if they were plowing the ground, throwing the shattered ground into the sky and turning it into a rain of rocks that scattered in countless directions. In the end, the shockwaves were charging straight at them. Boom! The heavy whistling sound of the trembling energy impact reverberated throughout the entire Ningzhou city. Just hearing this deafening sound made many people squat on the ground in fright. They raised their heads in horror and watched the 3 layers of barriers in the sky flicker violently after the violent energy impact. Circles of ripples continued to spread, as if it would collapse into pieces at any time. They clutched their hearts tightly and widened their eyes. Buzz, buzz. The white light that surged around the lightning-chasing tower flickered violently for a few times before dimming bit by bit. The light was gradually extinguished. The demon cleansing stone that stood at the top of the tower also retracted all of its light and suddenly exploded with a crisp sound. The barrier that had covered Ningzhou City for countless years was declared broken at this moment, causing everyone to turn pale. Even though the lightning-chasing tower had been strengthened by the willpower, it was still unable to withstand the heavy energy that had accumulated for a full 7 million years. However, it had completely expelled the impact of the energy before it dissipated, so much so that it did not even affect the other 2 golden barriers that stood side by side. After the energy impact, the world fell into a dead silence. This strange silence lasted for a while before Hui raised his head from behind the guardian shield and looked ahead carefully. Is it over? The people who were hurriedly thrown on the city wall also raised their heads when they heard his words. They slowly stood up when they saw that everything was fine. They looked out of the golden barrier and could not help but gasp. The land outside Ningzhou City was thousands of miles wide with thousands of ravines. The ground that should have been connected to the road outside Ningzhou City had become a cliff that was hundreds of feet deep. The entire Ningzhou City had become a city standing on the top of a cliff. It was surrounded by piles of rubble that were hundreds of feet shorter than it. In the far distance, the huge monster that was transformed from the ruins had completely stopped moving. It maintained the appearance of its mouth facing the sky and stopped all movement. The tremors of the earth had also subsided. Only the devastated land that had cracked into circles and pieces told everyone what had just happened. It's over, it's over, Emerald said as she sat on the ground. She looked distressed and helpless as she fanned herself with her palm. She couldn't help but mutter, "Oh, dealing with the ruins. If it's just a normal ruin, we can deal with it. But this kind of ruin needs to be dealt with by a professional team." Oh, fortunately, this whatever city's barrier was activated too thoroughly. It affected it in advance and condensed all of its energy. Instead, it sacrificed itself to block the impact. The energy shock wave did not explode continuously. It merely transformed into an extremely condensed energy shock wave that swept over. Maple's side had probably done something to eliminate 99% of the demonized energy's characteristics and even a portion of the shock wave. They had originally thought that the energy blast, which was comparable to the peak of the mid-tier Yuanshi stage, would not be able to withstand it at all. Who would have thought that the lightning-chasing tower would be so capable as to repel the energy blast? This round, Maple and the lightning-chasing tower had won this round. Although the lightning-chasing tower finally destroyed his barrier, he would have to replace the purifying magic stone later, and his body would probably have to be repaired again. We sorted out the matter and suddenly pointed at himself with a strange expression. I rushed back in a hurry, but it turned out that I had nothing to do with it. Oh, don't worry. Isn't it better if it's all right? Emerald waved her hand indifferently. As long as it's all right, the process is up to you. Huey's expression became even more strange. She was right, but he always felt that he acted in a hurry like a fool. Chapter 1988. A catastrophe like a catastrophe. Anyway, it was just an unexpected disaster for Ningzhou City. It was located in such a remote place and lived a careful life. It didn't provoke the chaos devil wilderness, nor did it do anything out of the ordinary. However, it was suddenly swept into the center of the storm. Fortunately, the storm was over after a while. If it continued to rain, the lord of the great divine hall of Ningzhou City would probably curse the heavens. It was common to eat hot pot and sing songs and suddenly sail a boat to fight a battle. But now, look at this, the city became a mountaintop city. Those who couldn't fly had to climb a cliff 1,000 feet or free fall 1,000 feet to get in and out of the city. What was this called? Look at the piles of rocks in the radius of millions of miles. Who knew how long it would take to repair them? Later, they would probably send a disaster report to the next city. The rock rain that had just been lifted from the ground seemed to have hit someone's house. If they didn't make it clear, they would think that stones were falling from the sky. Lu Xiaoqiu and Emerald would handle the details of the report. Both of them were related to the Great Shrine. One of them would watch the whole process, while the other would act as a victim in other regions to earn some extra money. The two of them together would be able to explain the matter clearly. All they had to do was to stand outside and continue to slack off. After dealing with the people who were brought back from the city wall and seeing that everyone had dispersed, we suddenly remembered something. Where are Feng and the others? Ning Fei and Ge Zhongming were startled and shook their heads. The three of them looked at each other and quickly looked for people in the soul communication. Feng, where are you? Where did you die? The three of them waited for a while. When they all thought that something had happened, a voice came from the soul communication. They are not dead. It's okay. They just had a little accident. It will take a while to swim back. Don't rush them. A little accident means they were slapped by the energy impact and experienced a 3,600-degree rotation in the air. How can you guys make such a small mistake? In the past, when I forcefully endured the energy impact in the realm, I tied myself to the realm and the void, just like an anchor. However, the realm and the void here are a little strange. I didn't choose a good location in a hurry. Perhaps it was because I was ravaged by the demonic energy in advance, so I couldn't find a good location. I was just about to find the void environment and the source environment to set a location. But before I could set the anchor, I was blown away by the impact. Hui! What a strange world. This was the first time he heard that they were thrown out because they didn't take a stable horse stance during the impact. This wasn't the 3 forms of nothingness, right? This impact was millions of times weaker than the 3 forms of nothingness. Being blown out by the latter was purely an act of force. The former, it was all the world's fault. Just as they finished their conversation and were about to cut off their spiritual communication, I Ching's energetic voice squeezed in. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, we have some interesting news. You just finished setting off the fireworks. Are you free? Just say it. Yin Nuashing replied. I Ching smiled mysteriously for a while before saying, The few people you asked us to monitor just made a move not long ago. They came to the Chaos Demon Wilderness, north of your location. Guess what they are doing? Yun Nuashing and Hui were stunned when they heard this. After thinking for a while, the former replied, Could it be that they are going to retrieve that Black Panther? That's right. They just finished retrieving him. I Ching greeted the Order warrior who was sent here to monitor the black-bottomed, golden-eyed, demonized man. Speaking of which, if the fireworks you set off just now were a little stronger, it would have almost affected them. That's so and so. It's that Black Panther. He was still mumbling something like, an unexpected failure of the plan, but it's harmless. They are preparing to leave. Well, the original order doesn't need to be changed for the time being. Just continue to monitor them. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. Just as she was about to end it, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, let 1 or 2 people who are free go to the west of your current location. They should be able to find an area across the Chaos Demon Wilderness. There are a total of 12 areas in the north, south, east, and west. I heard that there are 1 million demonized people there. Let's go check out the situation over there first. We might be going there soon. Oh, no problem. Coincidentally, they are also going in this direction. Then let's go first. Yun Nuashing and Hui were speechless. Why did little Qing's accent change after coming here? In less than 2 minutes, Feng led his girls and flew back from the horizon. They looked neat and tidy. It was just that they were brought back in this posture, carrying one on his back, one between his left and right hands, and one hanging in the middle. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw this posture many times. He even wanted to gloat and make fun of them. However, if he said this now, he would definitely be thrown into the chaos demon wilderness and swim back, so he didn't say it. Hui thought about it and nodded. He walked forward and watched Feng unload the girls one by one. He opened his mouth and said, "Why do you look like a moving fortress?" Ah, he was used to it. By the way, what happened? Even if you were sent flying by the shock wave, you wouldn't be injured, right? You watch. Yun Nuashing looked at him helplessly and rolled her eyes. She took down the girls hanging on her body one by one and put them on the city wall in order. Just now, they were thrown into the void and lost their spirit and hope. As soon as they landed on the ground, they all came back to life. They stood on the city wall and battlements and looked outside the city that had turned into a rocky beach. They exclaimed and gathered together to discuss something in a low voice. They looked so energetic that they didn't seem to be injured at all. Hui. Medical miracle. They can hang on me for a whole day if they find a reason to. Yun Nuashing pointed at herself and said calmly. Then she sighed in deep exhaustion. Anyway, I'm just a big rag doll. I think you are quite happy in it. Ah, no. Hui carefully looked at Feng's slightly dim eyes. He thought for a while and changed his line. It seems that you are too lazy to resist because your struggle has failed. Feng looked at him with a complicated expression. He sighed and nodded. Hui instantly understood and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted Feng's shoulder with a sympathetic look. It's been hard on you. After they met up, Hui briefly explained the situation here. The two of them looked at the lightning-chasing tower together. The tower, which was probably in an overload state, was now releasing weak energy bolts from time to time. It seemed that there was a problem with the internal structure and the energy was leaking. Looking closer, they could see that the surface of the lightning-chasing tower was cracked. The energy bolts were squeezed out from the inside like water leaks. It was probably the internal structure that was damaged by the overload earlier. However, there were already a dozen small boats and people surrounding the lightning-chasing tower to repair it. Although the energy ring in the sky was so dim that it was about to crack, considering that the surrounding area had collapsed due to the shock wave, there should not be any threat for the time being. The energy barrier could be temporarily rested. It actually withstood the energy blast of the peak of the Middle Order. Yun Nuashing was a little surprised after listening to Hui. She stared at the lightning-chasing tower and analyzed it seriously. The explosion of the primordial energy had indeed removed all the characteristics of the demonic energy, turning it into a pure energy blast. However, it was a one-time energy blast. I did not interfere with that. Under that situation, there was not enough time to interfere with such a troublesome situation. Besides, I thought that you could make it in time, so I did not do anything about it. That means that the power of the ruin itself had accumulated for 7 million years, and then released an energy blast that was comparable to the peak of the Middle Order. Hui muttered to himself as he pinched his fingers together. Suddenly, he said, I think there should be a lot of Middle Order Yuancher beings in the last generation. I am not very sure what the ruin itself is for, but since it could release such a level of energy, its initial strength should not be low. It should be a creation of the Middle Order Yuancher. The environment of the void is weakening bit by bit. No matter how special this space is, it should not be that special. Yun Nuashing said as she suddenly slapped her hand on her mouth and widened her eyes slightly. There's something wrong with this world that has something to do with the Yuanshe realm after the Tide of Chaos. Moreover, Shaoshi said that many of the creations here are from the last era. Although the versions may not be the same, it may have been modified in the process of trying to restore them. Well, in short, there are a lot of things from the last era left behind, except for the creation of the primordial. This place can't be an immune space, right? Yun Nuashing said as she looked at Huey's stiff face. She turned to Shaoshi and asked, "Do you have a way to check if this world is an immune space?" An immune space, Shaoshi murmured softly. After a moment, she looked up at the sky. Her gray eyes had completely turned purple gold. The power of the rules and order gathered on her body and spread towards the void and the concept layer of the rules. After about 5 minutes, she lowered her head. Her eyes flashed with a complicated light. After a while, she looked at Hui and nodded gently. It is indeed a pure immune space. Even at that time, it was quite a high-level immune space. Yun Nuashing and Hui slapped their faces at the same time. Why did they only think of this question after coming in for so long? The space itself, the concept layer of the rules, is damaged. It should be missing a lot of rules, including the rules of the immune space itself. However, it is not to the extent that it will affect the existing life. It only affects the existence of new life. At this time, 40% of the rules still flowing in the concept layer of the rules belong to the previous era. 40% belong to this era, and the remaining 20% are in a state of fragmentation and chaos. It should be the rules of the two eras that came into contact with each other after the space was damaged. After the collision, they mixed into one and were difficult to separate. They have not merged, nor have they assimilated. They have not yet calmed down. This world seems to have no spare energy to deal with them. We nodded immediately. In short, it is not easy to deal with. Yes. Ignore. Yun Nuashing lowered her head and pulled her hair. What kind of situation would cause this world to ignore its own concept layer of the rules? Is it because the heart of the world is damaged or the core of the immune space is damaged, causing the concept layer of the rules of this space to freeze at a certain moment when the rules collide and no longer change, and can only remain as it is? Little Hour added softly, "It's also possible that it chose to stop changing." But this situation involves many other situations. It could be a problem that originates from the void, or it could be a problem with certain conditions in the environment. After all, it's something left over from the previous era, and it doesn't match the various conditions of this era. There are also many other strange conditions and situations. He suddenly thought of something and straightened his hair. The pain made him shiver. Could it be that there is some reason that caused it to close the world? For this reason, it also stopped evolving. You see, we came in through the crack. The crack was open by itself. It must have accidentally created a loophole in its autistic state. The possibility is not small. Its heart of the world is in a completely closed state. It is also consistent with the idea of closing itself to stop evolving. We wanted to interrupt this topic that was about to become more troublesome to cover up his thoughts. However, 2 people came from the city and moved their attention away from him. We turned around and saw that it was Lu Xiaoqiu and Emerald who came back. They huddled together. They should have finished their report. The message has been successfully conveyed. Next, we just need to go to the capital of God in the West and report there. Emerald still said with a voice full of vitality, "Are you guys going too?" "Oh, of course. By the way, I want to ask." Hui smiled at her and rolled his eyes. "After you go to the capital of God, are you going to continue to go east?" "No. After reporting our situation to the headquarters of this region and discussing the future, we have to return to our region. After all, we have to go back and report that we have found a region here." Emerald shook her head and responded. Suddenly, a touch of bitterness appeared on her small face. "Oh, I don't know if I have the strength to go back to my region this time." "What, did you lose people when you came here?" Emerald lowered her head and muttered. She nodded and said, "We lost 2 ships when we came here. Now, Emerald looked back at the 6 people who were resting on the city wall, including herself. This was the total strength of the expedition team left. It was less than 1/5 of the original strength. Yun Nuashing didn't even think about it before saying, "Then why don't we go with you? We'll have to go sooner or later anyway." Huh. Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu were stunned at the same time. Emerald was stunned for a while and showed an overjoyed expression. Lu Xiaoqiu's pretty face suddenly froze. Her whole body turned into a statue in the wind. "Really? You guys want to go together?" Emerald's face was full of excitement. She jumped up and shook his arm. Her eyes were shining with dozens of stars. "Do you really want to go? Do you really want to go? You are not lying to me, right? You are not making fun of me, right? You can't go back on your words, okay?" Yun Nuashing quickly stopped the excited girl. It's true. We were going to the west to cross the Chaos Demon Wilderness. After all, it was the Shadow who asked him to go to the west. So, he had to take this opportunity to go to the west. Their group was going to go to the west. Taking a group of people back to the west was also going to be the same. He liked the warriors who dared to fight and even sacrifice themselves to break the shackles. There was no reason not to help them. It was just like how he looked at the pioneers. Even if the pioneers fell on the road, they were still worthy of respect. Fei Tsue didn't know what he was thinking at this time, but from his serious and respectful expression, she immediately understood that he was definitely not joking. Fei Tsue was so excited that she directly gave him a bear hug. She was so excited that she pulled him up and spun him around in a circle. When everyone heard the observers shouting, "Help!" and "I'm dying! I'm dying!" in the whirlwind, they all smiled and took a few steps back. Their faces were full of sweat. This person was also crazy, and the level of crazy was even higher. Siyu was crazy because he was crazy himself, but Emerald, she was crazy because she was crazy with others. Emerald's team members quickly stepped forward to hold down their overly excited captain. When she put down Yun Nuashing, who was almost fainted, they smiled bitterly and said, "Captain, although it's a good thing to replenish the fighting force halfway, shouldn't we try to do this in the capital of God? If we rashly involve people who are not from the temple, what if there is an accident? Hey, it's okay. We wanted to force our way in." He didn't care and waved his hand and said, "And if you believe in us, there won't be any accidents. We will be professional escorts for 2 million years. Don't worry. Yes. Emerald nodded repeatedly. "Did you forget that they could beat the black egg away? With this kind of strength, they can actually cross the Chaos Demon Wilderness by themselves without following us. This is a free ride for us. There is no reason not to accept it." The results were immediate. Emerald's team members suddenly stopped talking. After carefully thinking about the pros and cons, there was indeed no need to say anything. This level of fighting force was the ceiling of the Great Temple and the main temple. It was not difficult to take them back. If they could safely embark on the journey back, why not? Everyone was smart. There was no need to fuss about the temple, right? Then let's hurry up and set off. Emerald stood on the city wall and pointed to the sun in the distance. "Let's go! To the capital of God. Then let's go to our territory." Yun Nuashing suppressed her dizziness and looked at the place she was pointing at. She couldn't help but say, "You are pointing to the north. The capital of God is in the west. Thank you." Huh. Today's sun rises from the south and sets in the north. Look at the place you are pointing at. Don't you see an octopus lying on the ground near the end of your line of sight? You just smashed that thing not long ago, and you already forgot? Speaking of which, this world was also very magical. Because it was a solidified continent, there was no rule of the sun rising from the east and setting in the west. The sun in the sky was actually not much different from a decoration. They would rotate however they wanted. The sun rose from the east and set in the west for one day. The sun rose from the east and set in the west for another day. Then it would go from south to north and from north to south. Emerald held the back of her head with both hands and laughed. Don't care about those details. You have to be imposing when you go out. And momentum. Everyone rolled their eyes and began their next journey. Although they had already determined the route and were ready to fly to the capital of God, before they officially left, they still had to see that octopus lying on the ground. First, they wanted to see if it was completely dead. Second, they wanted to see what was left of it after it was completely dead. This was what Lu Xiaoqiu and Emerald mentioned together. They had a lot of experience dealing with this kind of hybrid structure, that is, a fortress. Looking at their lingering fear, something unforgettable must have happened in the past. The earth and the ruins that were connected by the erosion of the demonic energy were still connected. The demonic energy that originally acted as the glue for energy had completely solidified and cooled. There was no longer a trace of energy reaction. Its huge body had also solidified into a black statue. It was lying on the ground like an octopus with 17 tentacles. If that was the case, its mouth, that is, its head, had split into a mouth. It should be completely dead. Fei Tsue kicked the giant tentacle twice. Seeing that it didn't respond, she solemnly swore. Yun Nuashing and the others also circled the solidified mountain a few times and poked its tentacles. It was hard, and there was no energy reaction. It was completely dead. The power of the source of origin has washed away all the demonic energy. Yun Nuashing explained to everyone through the soul transmission. Even if it did have any follow-up actions, it is now dead. There's no way back for it to reincarnate in the Edo Tensei. Such a large mass of demonic energy was completely cleansed by a single energy burst. Siyu asked in surprise. First, it is because the power of the source of origin is quite large. Second, it is a half-energy, half-construct that gathers all the energy to prepare for an attack. When it unleashes all the energy to attack, it has already dragged all the energy in its body together. This makes it almost like a chain reaction when it is attacked by the nihility and source of origin. In addition, the half-energy, half-construct is not like an energy life form. Every trace of energy in an energy life form has consciousness and will relate it to itself. It has no consciousness and is brainless, so it has no way to resist the erosion of the nihility and source of origin. If it is a half-energy, half-construct with consciousness and intelligence, it can still resist the erosion of the source of origin with a little effort. Even if it is corroded by the power of nihility and source of origin, it can still recover from the erosion of the source of origin with a little effort. We suddenly thought of a question. What if you insist on using the power of origin to beat up the energy life form? Yun Nuashing glanced at him and whispered, "Nature induces source of origin. Origin falls into the nihility." Everyone shuddered and retreated. Just listening to his words made them shiver. This was the standard answer to beating someone alive. No matter how strong or powerful the energy life form was, it would still be eroded after being pressed into the source of nature induces. As long as it could withstand the observer's bombardment, blanket bombardment, and void annihilation level bombardment, then it could start to deal with the power of origin that was eroding it. Of course, it was more likely to start to clean up its own ashes. If it was lucky after 3 consecutive bombardments, it would still have some left to rebuild, but if it was unlucky... it was easy to understand. The entrance to the ruins had now been split in half. As for the entrance, well, it could only be the Rift Valley, as it was not a physical explosion of full energy, but only a burst of energy. The ground nearby was not destroyed. They could still see the Rift Valley. At this time, the Rift Valley had been completely blocked by the falling rocks. Their senses went deeper into the entrance, but they could not feel anything below. It seems that there is nothing to be concerned about. Standing at the edge of the Rift Valley, Yun Nuashing kicked a small stone into the Rift Valley. He let out a long sigh and looked at Fei Tsue and Lu Xiaoqiu. "Let's go. It seems that there is nothing to be concerned about." Well, it seems to be true. Fei Tsue muttered as she patted the dust off her hands and walked towards them. Her pretty face was full of frustration. Originally, if we could find something to prove that we have solved a ruin incident, everyone, what if? Fei Tsue smiled embarrassedly. Every time we solve a ruin incident, there will be a reward. If we can bring something back, such as something that belongs to the previous generation, then the reward will be even better. Yun Nuashing pointed at the frozen tentacles. You can cut off a part of this and bring it back. Just say that the ruin incident became very ridiculous under the control of preserved egg. The incident escalated and became extremely dangerous. But even so, you still solved it, right? Fei Tsue clapped her hands in realization. That makes sense. Ah, but we actually don't have the ability to solve it. Whatever. This matter needs to be reported. Just bring a part of it back first. Seeing that Fei Tsue and her team members were busy cutting off a tentacle that did not look so thick, Lu Xiaoqiu could not help but look at Feng Ling. Why are you so familiar with it? If the incident escalates, it becomes extremely dangerous. TSK, Yun Nuashing and the others all smiled bitterly and waved their hands. They said in unison, "We are used to it." Lu Xiaoqiu. So what kind of abyss of suffering did you live in before to be able to get used to this kind of thing? Everyone smiled bitterly, living in the disaster of the void, living in the disaster of order and chaos, living in the dance of the two biggest forces of order and void. How is it? This kind of daily life is enough of an abyss of suffering, right?